Chapter 450. Enmity. Swa Xiaoduo grinned. Alright, each and every one of you either have enmity, hatred, killing, or grievance. This word. Swa Xiaoduo wrote the word enmity himself, but he could write it clearly. It was a person and a 9. 9 is the extreme number. The enmity of one person will last for 3 lifetimes. Swa Xiaoduo looked at it carefully, and suddenly his expression changed. What's wrong? Yi Changqing sensitively noticed the change in Swa Xiaoduo's expression. Swa Xiaoduo looked at the words seriously and sighed softly. Vice President Qing, your family's enmity involves too much. Vice President Qing frowned. Why? Swa Xiaoduo frowned and looked at the word again. He looked at Vice President Cheng's face again and hesitated for a long time. Yi Changqing said, just say it boldly. Today's conversation can only exist in this room. Wen Xingtian also nodded heavily. Xiaoduo, don't have any scruples. Swa Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said, I do have some scruples because Vice President Cheng's family's enmity. I'm afraid that the royal family will be involved. If I may ask, is it convenient for you to reveal the marriage contract of the girl in your family? As soon as he said this, Vice President Qing suddenly trembled and was dumbfounded. Wen Xingtian's expression changed. He said, Xiaoduo, be careful with your words. Yi Changqing also looked at him curiously. Xiaoduo, how did you come up with the word royal? 9 is the extreme number, and the extreme number is also the most noble. It is related to people, and it is the world. And the most honorable person in the world is the 9 and 5. 9 is only half of the 9 and 5. In other words, it hasn't reached the position of the 9 and 5. So, although the person involved can't be the emperor, it must be related to the imperial family, or related to the imperial family's affairs. Swa Xiaoduo said faintly, this is not nonsense. 1 against 9. It may mean that he has many enemies, but it could also be because of one person. He went up against a big shot, which led to this disaster. I have always believed that there must be a cause and effect. There must be a reason for what happened back then. That's why I asked. Is the boy in your family related to the royal family? Or is it a girl in the family who is related to the descendants of the royal family? This is an inevitable direction. In addition, the sword of King Path on Vice Principal Chang's face contains the majestic aura of an emperor. At the same time, it also gathers the resentment of the heavens. This is also a type of declaration. Swa Xiaoduo's face was cold as he said, I call myself number 1 in aspect dharma. Aspect dharma is the foundation of my life. I will never underestimate it, nor will I speak nonsense. Alas. There was a long sigh. Yi Changqing turned his head and saw an indescribable bitterness on Vice President Cheng's ferocious face, as if Yi Changqing had hit the nail on the head. So. Is it really like this? Xiang Quangren said in surprise, Old Qing, you. Vice Principal Qing slowly sat down, his face completely ashen. He murmured, when Xiao was born, she was beautiful and had the best aptitude in the world. At that time, I named her Qing Fengxiu. I still remember that at that time, Chief Nan also came to drink a cup of wine because he happened to be there. And when Chief Nan was drinking, he happened to have a phone call with Commander Dongfang. He accidentally mentioned this matter, so Commander Dongfang sent Chief Nan a gift. After that, when Commander Dongfang knew Xiu's name, he told me through Chief Nan that the name Qing Fengxiu was too big. He was afraid that the little girl couldn't bear it, so he suggested that she change her name. I can only blame myself for being overjoyed at that time. I didn't take Commander Dongfang's golden words to heart at all. In my opinion, it's too normal for a girl to be named Xiu, Fong, Wan, Li, Bing, and so on. There's no such thing as whether she could bear it or not. The child grew up year by year. I had already forgotten all the advice I gave when I was drunk. Until today, if it weren't for Swa Duo, I wouldn't have remembered it at all. Alas. Until Xiao was 18 years old, she was successfully promoted to the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School. She was outstanding among all the students and was known as the #1 genius. Then, she went to the capital with a sword and challenged the 2 high martial arts school. She suppressed the students of the same level with just a sword. She suppressed the 2 high martial arts school students of the same level and made them unable to breathe. It was also at that time that she caught the eye of the crown prince. Speaking of which, Xiao didn't know that the other party was the crown prince. After some contact, they both fell in love with each other and exchanged tokens. It was already 7 months later when Xiao found out that the person she liked was the crown prince. After that, the crown prince came to the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School and brought His Majesty's verbal order. At that time, everyone in my family only felt that great joy had arrived and that your presence brought light to our humble dwelling. Vice Principal Cheng's face was haggard and his heart was dead. He said, but we didn't expect that. A month later, there would be a drastic change and a series of tragedies. The 5 children of the Qing family all turned into vengeful spirits with grievances overnight. Xiao and her sisters were even more. Vice Principal Cheng's eyes were wide open. For so many years, I always knew that some forces at that time were messing with my brothers, but I never thought that. The root of it was this. Until today. Vice Principal Qing looked at Swa Xiaoduo and asked in a low voice, "May I ask, Master Swa, why can't our Qing family and Xiao accept this name?" Swa Xiaoduo sighed, but without any hesitation, he wrote the words Qing Fengxiu on the ground. He paused and said, "Vice Principal Qing, these 3 words are indeed unbearable for ordinary girls. If it's a top family, it's fine. If it's an ordinary family at the bottom of the social ladder, it's still acceptable. But your Qing family, can't accept it. Qing, it's a product of the same sound. Xiao is the best in the world, but it doesn't mean that it can't be. The Emperor's selection." Swa Xiaoduo said lightly, rising with the wind, showing off in the 9 heavens. How far can one show off depends on how strong the wind is. If the wind isn't strong, one can show off one's journey, one's city, or even one's Qing. Swa Xiaoduo wrote one after another on the ground, one's Qing, one's city, one's journey. It was clear at a glance. However, if the wind is strong enough, it can directly rise to the 9 heavens and become the emperor. However, if one wants to reach that level, how many difficulties and obstacles will there be? Vice Principal Qing, do you think your family can handle it? Is the Crown Prince's east wind strong? It can even be said that this wind is even stronger than His Majesty's selection. Because this is the east wind that could become the mother of the country. On the contrary, His Majesty's selection is weaker, because His Majesty's favorite concubines have reached the peak. It's difficult to go any further than that. With Vice Principal Cheng's family background, how can he withstand the suppression of the top forces? How many people are coveting this position? Many old families in Shangjing have been in business for generations, but they don't dare to try. Once they make a move, they must have full confidence. Otherwise, they'd rather not make a move. You're a Hidden Dragon clan genius who came out of nowhere and suppressed the geniuses of the present age. That's fine, because you're just a brave man. But now, you want to soar to the 9 heavens and become the Emperor's side. If you're not unlucky, who will be? If you're a top family or have the strength to contend with them, there's no problem. Because you have the qualifications and confidence to form a marriage alliance with the royal family. On the other hand, if you're just a bottom family, even if you have this layer of fortune, you'll at most be a concubine of the crown prince. It'll be difficult for you to become the crown prince's side, but it won't be too much of an eyesore. Instead, there will be people who will work hard to raise your family and use this to gain the favor of the crown prince. Anyway, you're from the grassroots and won't be able to stir up any waves. It's not a big deal. However, you are not a top family, nor are you a bottom family. Your position just happens to be in the middle class, which is not awkward at all. This isn't the worst. The worst is that you have another identity, the vice principal of Hidden Dragon High School. One of the 3 high schools, the daughter of the vice principal of one of the 3 cradles of talents of the empire. From this position, you can almost see the empire's attitude towards the talents of the world. If you obstruct and use various methods to make Miss Ching become the crown prince's concubine, you may be able to avoid trouble for a while, but there will be public opinion. That's inevitable. Because the daughter of the vice principals of the 3 famous schools is a peerless talent who can suppress the talents of the same level in the world. In the future, she will be an expert who can hold her own. Why is it that she can only occupy the status of a concubine in the imperial family, which is equivalent to a plaything? Even if the crown prince ascends the throne in the future, she'll still be an ordinary concubine, right? What does the imperial family think of the heroes of the world? But if you promote your daughter to the crown prince, which of the old families in the empire will be convinced? Which one of them will be willing? Under such circumstances, once this news spreads, what else can you do? How can those families who already have plans just stand by and watch? They definitely won't allow your daughter to have any chance of survival. Even if she's disfigured, it's still hard to be at ease. Zhou Xiaoduo's words were very cold and direct, but they were also very unpleasant to hear. However, Vice Principal Ching lost all his energy in an instant. His entire person seemed to have aged 100 years in an instant. Originally, his heart was filled with hatred and he vowed to take revenge. But now, he was told that he was involved in such a heaven-reaching matter. He actually hesitated all of a sudden. The storm inside was so big that even if the entire Hidden Dragon High School was involved, the splashing waves would be insignificant, and the waves would be difficult to stir up. The grudges of the imperial family have always been difficult to be clear. This time is most likely no exception. Zhou Xiaoduo said, I even suspect that this matter. Vice Principal Ching, although you've been working hard to track down the culprit, I guess. The higher-ups have already settled many people's affairs in secret. Vice Principal Ching, this revenge is difficult. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed softly. Seeking monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Subscribe. Chapter 451. After hearing that, Vice President Cheng's face was full of disappointment, and he looked even older. Looking at Yi Chongqing, his lips and body trembled. 2 lines of tears flowed out of his eyes, but he did not say anything for a long time. Beside him, Xiang Kuangren asked suspiciously, why does it sound so mysterious to me? It's just a name, and so many things have happened. Does that mean that if she was born with a different name, she could avoid all of this? Zhou Xiaoduo said lightly, if I'm not wrong, Commander Dongfang should have given some suggestions at that time, right? Vice President Ching nodded gently, tears flowing down his face. If I'm not wrong, it should be solo beauty or no beauty. Dance with the same voice or dance beauty is also possible. I wonder which one Commander Dongfang suggested? Vice Principal Ching closed his eyes and felt endless regret rising in his heart. He squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, solo beauty. Solo beauty. There's no need for wind to come, no need for clouds to hold her up. She'll be a lone flower, admiring herself. Maybe she'll be lonely for the rest of her life, but the Ching family can avoid this disaster. Well, solo beauty in this world, Miss Xiao, may have the hope of reaching the top of this world. Sua Xiaoduo sighed softly. Commander Dongfang is really an extraordinary person. I'm sorry that I didn't meet him in person. In the room, the 6 people nodded at the same time. But then, when Xingtian glared at Sua Xiaoduo. This time, with the help of the 3 captured alive, we've followed the clues to the Dao League. After interrogation, we've confirmed that the clues are basically on the surface. But they're getting more and more obscure. Although the Southern Chief has said that he'll take over the follow-up. Yi Changqing said, but what can we do here? In our opinion, it's like a mouse pulling a turtle. We have no clue, and we have no target at all. The Southern Chief said he'll take over the follow-up. Who's this person? Is he trustworthy? Sua Xiaoduo asked curiously. Nan Jingqian, the Southern Chief of the Ministry of Finance, will personally take over this matter. There's no doubt that he's trustworthy. Yi Changqing's face was full of respect. Difficult. Sua Xiaoduo snorted and said, just by looking at the surname, I'm afraid it's useless to take over. Although Nan Jingqian's name is unique and grand, it's too straightforward. Once he encounters indirect attacks and twists and turns, he's unable to do as he wishes. He's already having a hard time. It's hard for him to make a living, and he actually became the Minister of Finance. I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. If it's so difficult for a Minister of Finance to make money, wouldn't it be? Shut up. When Xingtian shouted angrily, you think you can comment on this? How could this brat be so careless with his mouth? He actually dared to speak such nonsense without restraint, judging the name of Southern Chief. He really didn't know what was good for him. Even though the name, Chief Nan of the South, had become a meme that everyone in the world knew, you still couldn't say it out loud like that. Department Head Nan has already given you the Flaming Sun scripture, and you still say that. When Xingtian scolded angrily. What he meant was that Sua Xiaoduo had the right to say that. He had connections. That was because he had a close relationship with Chief Nan of the South. Of course, this was said for Vice Principal Cheng and Vice Principal Liu. As for Xiang Quangren and Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian was absolutely assured. Vice Principal Liu smiled faintly. Vice Principal Cheng didn't think about this at all. He was just lost in his own thoughts. How could he take revenge in such a huge maelstrom? Sua Xiaoduo was stunned. Department Head Nan is Uncle Nan. But then he immediately changed the topic. This topic seemed to be very unfavorable for him. Vice Principal Cheng, it's not necessarily impossible for you to take revenge. Sua Xiaoduo said, the word enmity, you wrote. You're not the only one who will remember this enmity. There are many people who are also thinking about it, and are also waiting for the moment of revenge. This sentence really couldn't be said more deeply. If it was said more, it would really be too deep, and the matter would be too big. Vice Principal Cheng sighed deeply. Sigh. With our current strength, we can't touch or capture the real mastermind behind the scenes. We can't completely destroy them, but it's not impossible to wound them. As long as we gradually cut off their wings and disintegrate them inch by inch, it's not impossible for us to move a mountain. It won't hinder us. We'll start the investigation now and look for evidence. When the time comes, we'll settle the score. Sua Xiaoduo said, at the very least, we can still find the executors and the people who did it back then and kill them first. Everything won't hinder us. Our communication today has at least pointed out the final direction. As long as there's a target, the rest is just a process. It all depends on human effort. Vice Principal Cheng's lifeless eyes slowly brightened up. Yi Changqing and the others were also refreshed. Yes, when it came to the extreme, there would be big shots coming out to clean up the mess. What they needed to do now, and what they could do, was to do their best to find evidence. Otherwise, they would be empty-handed when they needed it in the future. Vice Principal Ching put on his mask again, trembling as he bowed to Yi Changqing and the others. I'm sorry, Big Brother. The matter between Xiao Heir and the Crown Prince. I've been keeping it a secret. It's not that I don't trust you, but it's really too big. But I kept it a secret in the end. Vice Principal Ching said each word with a heavy heart. I'm sorry, brothers. Yi Changqing sighed deeply. That's what you should do. Old Six, if it were me, I would also keep it a secret. This is a great honor, but it's also a crisis. There's nothing to apologize for. You're too serious. Vice Principal Ching sighed, feeling his heart getting heavier and heavier. For a moment, the atmosphere became unusually heavy and oppressive. Principal, you said you wanted us to help you with a few things. I wonder what else? Sua Xiaoduo asked. The atmosphere was too oppressive, so oppressive that Sua Xiaoduo's heart felt heavy. He had to break the deadlock. What's left is to interrogate the higher-ups of the Dao League. At the end of the day, these people are just executors. They're far from the core. Yi Changqing smiled bitterly. We've defeated the Dao League. However, among the malicious forces targeting the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School, they're only the outermost organization. There's nothing worth paying attention to in all the confessions they gave. We don't have any clue about the next step for the time being. At this time, your teacher Wen suggested that you two interrogate them, or look at their confessions to see if you can find anything. Originally, Yi Changqing and the others didn't agree with Wen Xingtian's suggestion. However, after experiencing Sua Xiaoduo's divination, they were suddenly filled with hope. Perhaps, this strange young man would really be able to see something. About this, I think Li Chenglong can do it himself. Sua Xiaoduo smiled bitterly. As for the interrogation, I won't be involved. At least, I'm very ordinary in terms of torture. If you can't get anything out of the interrogation, we won't be able to do anything either. Yi Changqing and the others also nodded helplessly. They carried a monstrous hatred with them. It could be said that they had exhausted all means to interrogate them. If these people could still hide something, it would be impossible for them to be interrogated by anyone again. To put it bluntly, this group of people even confessed to their mother's adultery when they were young. If Sua Xiaoduo could interrogate them and find something new, it would be purely wishful thinking. Sua Xiaoduo said. I think it's enough to let Li Chenglong look at their confessions and summarize the information. Let Li Chenglong take a look. Is that necessary? Yi Changqing had some doubts. Li Chenglong is knowledgeable and has a photographic memory. He can summarize and restore all the files he has read in a short time. He can be called a genius in intelligence. Sua Xiaoduo said, and after summarizing all the interrogation records, we can find the suspicious points that you didn't notice. That's the right way to do it. I see. Everyone finally understood why Wen Xingtian and Yi Changqing insisted on letting Sua Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong take a look. It turned out that these two little guys really did have extraordinary abilities that ordinary people did not have. Where are the files? I'll go get them. Sua Xiaoduo coughed and said, Swollen, your job is here. Then he quickly hid to the side. Don't make me do it. This kind of job gives me a headache just by looking at it. Everyone could see that Sua Xiaoduo was avoiding them like they were snakes and scorpions. However, when they looked at Li Chenglong, it was a completely different reaction. Li Chenglong's face was filled with eagerness and impatience. It was as if he was a glutton who had been waiting for a long time and finally had a sumptuous meal. Wen Xingtian carried the 1-foot-thick 5 stacks of testimonies into the room. Li Chenglong excused himself and sat down cross-legged naturally. He took 10 stacks of testimonies and arranged them in a semicircle around himself. He opened them all. He read very quickly, as if he was reading 10 lines at a glance. After he finished reading, he immediately threw them out and replaced them with new ones. When Xingtian wanted to help but was rejected. "I'll do it myself." When Xingtian stopped. He had wanted to help Zhang Xian flip through the books, but to think that Zhang Xian wouldn't allow it. Seeing that Li Chenglong still had to wait for a while, when Xingtian simply took out a tea set from his ring. He even moved a tea table to another corner and began to make tea. The few of them drank tea while waiting. Yi Changqing was still able to keep his cool. Vice Principal Liu was also very calm and drank tea peacefully. Xiang Guangren, on the other hand, kept looking back as if he was supervising Li Chenglong's progress. Vice Principal Qing, on the other hand, looked like he could not eat to his heart's content. He poured cup after cup of tea into his mouth and probably did not even taste it. At this moment, his mind was filled with what Sua Xiaoduo had deduced. The Emperor. The royal family. After pouring a cup of hot tea into his mouth, he lowered his head and 2 streams of tears streamed down his face. It was just as Sua Xiaoduo said. What kind of family did he have? How could his family have an empress? Although Sua Xiaoduo didn't say it clearly, the meaning behind his words was no more than this. At this moment, when he thought about it, Vice President Qing almost wanted to slap himself to death. That's right. How could his family have an empress and rise to the top in a single bound? You must be crazy. You killed all the children. After investigating for so many years, you still did not find anything. You did not even know who did this to your family. Until today, if it were not for Sua Xiaoduo's reminder, he would still be in a dream. With your IQ, how could your family have an empress? As he drank cup after cup of hot tea, lines of tears dripped down his face. Back then, Marshal Dongfang had clearly reminded him. Such an inside story of the royal family, not to mention himself, even the marshals would never dare to get involved. As for himself, in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Li Chenglong, who was reading the file attentively, suddenly raised his head and asked, was there a Golden Snake Gang in Fenghai City back then? Golden Snake Gang? This sudden question made them all stunned for a moment. Li Chenglong hurriedly added, about 20 years ago. It's about that time, not a few years apart. Chapter 452. Xiang Guangren nodded and said, you're talking about 20 years ago. At that time, there was indeed a Golden Snake Gang. Li Chenglong asked, what was the name of their leader? The leader seemed to be called. Xiang Guangren pondered for a moment and said, Sky-turning Python, Shiyu. Shiyu. Hearing these 2 words, Vice Principal Qing raised his head at once. An elder of the Dao League and Hall Master Zhu were both from the Golden Snake Gang. Vice Principal Xiang, do you remember how big the Golden Snake Gang was back then? How was its foundation? Li Chenglong asked. The Golden Snake Gang back then had about 10,000 people. It was the second to none underground force in Fenghai City. The leader of the gang, Sky-turning Python Shiyu, was also an extraordinary master. The 5-colored snake army under his command controlled the entire underground world of Fenghai City. Of course, it was only relative to the underground world of ordinary people. When Xingtian said word by word, his enunciation was clear. He knew that since Li Chenglong asked this question, he must have his reasons. 20 years ago, Li Chenglong didn't seem to exist, right? Since the Golden Snake Gang was the second to none underground force at that time, why did it disappear? Li Chenglong asked. It was said that they offended a big shot. They were uprooted overnight. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. More than 3,000 people died in one night. the higher-ups were all killed and scattered. The other low-level sect members either fled in all directions or were recruited by other sections. Their territories were also divided up in a very short period of time. The elder of the Tao League and Hall Master Zhu that Li Chenglong mentioned just now joined the Tao League at that time. First, they joined the League, and second, they sought refuge. Wen Xingtian said. Oh, then where did the leader, Snake King, and the 5 snake venerables under him go? It is said that they were killed on the spot. But we don't know the details. Because of that operation, our Hidden Dragon High Martial School only knew about it the next day. Wen Xingtian said. How long has it been since the destruction of the Golden Snake Gang and the incident at Vice Principal Cheng's house? Li Chenglong asked. Vice Principal Cheng said, the tragedy happened on the 13th of July. Yes, Golden Snake Gang was destroyed on June 19th, Li Chenglong waved the file in his hand. May I ask, Vice President Cheng, did you have a distinguished guest before June 19th? Li Chenglong asked. Vice Principal Cheng closed his eyes in pain. The guest came in May. Then, basically, all of them are connected. Li Chenglong put away all the files, closed his eyes, and quietly thought for 10 minutes. It should be in this order. At that time, Principal Yi, Principal Xiang, Principal Shi, and Principal Lu's family matters had already changed. Yes, something has already happened. As for the misfortune in Vice President Cheng's family, it could be said that there was a long time between the misfortune of the previous presidents. Yes. Li Chenglong said, if that's the case, I'll make a bold assumption. That is, the people who went against Principal Yi, Principal Xiang, Principal Shi, and Principal Lu are not in the same gang as those who went against Vice President Cheng's family. They don't belong to the same force. If they were in the same group before, then they were in another group after that. These are 2 different things, and they can't be compared. They should be mixed together. However, after the previous people dealt with the principals, the group who went against Vice President Cheng shifted the blame of them targeting the Cheng family to the previous people because of the series of misfortune. It made you think that this was a coherent operation aimed at shaking the hidden dragon martial arts. But it wasn't. Li Chenglong said firmly, absolutely not. Although the group of people in front of us deserved to die, they were the scapegoats of the vice principal's family. The Hall Master Zhu I noticed was only the leader of the Golden Snake Gang at that time. In his confession, there's a sentence that I'm particularly concerned about. That year, the gang leader and the venerables went missing overnight. When they went missing, everyone subconsciously thought that they were dead. Because the Golden Snake Gang was destroyed overnight, how could they, as the highest level, be spared? This was a matter of course, a matter of course. Even Hall Master Zhu himself knew this. But in my opinion, this sentence could also mean that they escaped, or they didn't see the corpses and were captured, or they were done something else. Li Chenglong said, the reason why I have a different opinion. Let's take a look at the time and ask about the Tao League being controlled. It happened a year before the Golden Snake Gang was destroyed. At that time, the gang leader and the vice gang leader had already taken the spring of 7 years. A year before the Golden Snake Gang was destroyed, Miss Cheng hadn't gone to the capital yet. It wasn't to the extent that she attracted the attention of various forces. So, at this point in time, the reason to deal with the Cheng family wasn't valid. A year ago, someone else was setting up the Tao League. At that time, the real strength of the Tao League was far from enough. They could only control it and wait for an opportunity. After that, the Tao League was still not qualified to take part in the affairs of the other principals. Naturally, they didn't participate in it. At least, that's what it seemed like. And the clues were cut off here. Li Chenglong said confidently, in summary, before this, although the Tao League was controlled, it didn't do anything in the incident that year. If we investigate from this direction, of course, we won't be able to find anything. After the Dao League took in new blood, it didn't pull them down during the spring of 7 years. This shows that the person behind the scenes attached great importance to the control of the Dao League. He should be keeping it for future use. Then, we can put the Dao League aside for the time being. That's because this organization was taken down before it could be used. Li Chenglong pointed to the other side and said, "What we should be concerned about now is the Golden Snake Gang. The biggest problem with the Golden Snake Gang is what kind of grudge caused it to collapse overnight. I really don't know." Everyone shook their heads. Anyway, there were all kinds of rumors at that time. But this matter has nothing to do with us. We only heard rumors. Let's forget about it. Sigh. Li Chenglong sighed and said, "It was less than a month after the Golden Snake Gang was destroyed. The Qing family was attacked by 2 groups of people. Judging from various clues, it should be between 4 to 6 people." Li Chenglong was very reserved. But everyone understood the tragedy at that time. This number is basically consistent with the 6 high-ranking members of the Golden Snake Gang who went missing. Li Chenglong said this after careful consideration. Also, in the confession, Hall Chief Zhu said something that I'm quite concerned about. The Qing family tragedy at that time seems to be the work of Snake King, right? If I'm not wrong, Vice Principal Qing is in a hurry to leave because he wants to find Snake King, right? Vice Principal Qing said, "That's right." Then, are you sure it's Snake King? Or Shiyu? Li Chenglong blurted out. Vice Principal Qing was stunned. He did not speak for a long time. Snake King. Shiyu. Now that we've peeled off layer by layer, I think I can make a bold assertion. Li Chenglong pondered for a moment and carefully went through his thoughts again. He thought carefully and confirmed that he did not miss anything. Moreover, his argument was valid. He said, the destruction of the Golden Snake Gang at that time should be just a cover. Overall, the Golden Snake Gang might have been really messed up, scattered, and destroyed. However, the important people in the upper echelons did not die. This is especially true for the few people below the gang leader. They simply used this opportunity to disappear and become some people's black gloves and murderous knives. They specialize in dealing with some dirty matters that they would not be able to deal with under normal circumstances. From the fact that this Hall Master Zhu went to the Dao-Seeking Alliance and then controlled the Dao-Seeking Alliance, I even suspect that the important members of the Golden Snake Gang actually didn't die. They merely used their deaths as an excuse to change their names and enter other gangs. As long as we investigate these gangs carefully, we should be able to find traces of them. Of course, this is another aspect of the matter. Right now, the main topic is to discuss the whole story of the tragedy at Vice Principal Chang's house. I'm certain that this Shiyu and the 5 snake venerables under her are related. If Vice Principal Qing wants to vent his anger, you can start from this direction. You should be able to gain something. Li Chenglong said, but this Shiyu, the former gang leader of the Golden Snake Gang. Although he is no longer a gang leader, there is no doubt that he has sought refuge with the nobles. Therefore, in these years, the progress of his cultivation must be calculated by leaps and bounds. It cannot be judged by normal standards. If he is still alive, he must be a master of his generation. After all, he was already a gang leader more than 20 years ago. Moreover, his cultivation is at least above the cloud transformation realm. Li Chenglong said, with Vice Principal Chang's strength alone. Even if we find the murderer, the situation may not be optimistic. Li Chenglong's analysis really gave everyone a fright. No one expected that a gang that was confirmed to be destroyed more than 20 years ago, which no one had paid attention to, would be found out by Li Chenglong just by appearing in the dossier. He even used this as a dividing point to draw two lines. However, the Dao League's methods this time are exactly the same as what happened back then. What do you say? Xiang Kuang said. Vice Principal Xiang, you are wrong. Moreover, you are wrong about two key points. First, this matter is not about the mastermind of the Dao League. It is about the people behind it. However, the other party is too cunning. It is difficult to find clues. Second, the people sent this time are only in the inner core realm. They are far less powerful than the people sent last time. Last time, they were thunderous. This time, at most, they are just trying to get lucky. Furthermore, there is a third reason. The operation this time was arranged on the spur of the moment, so it could not be considered very strict. Furthermore, they were thinking that if they succeeded, they would let the other party. That is, the power behind Shi Yu and her gang, and let them take the blame for them. I'm not bragging about this chapter, but those who haven't read the recent updates carefully won't be able to understand this chapter. I need to go back and take a look. Cough, there are more updates. This is not the end of today. Chapter 453. So, let's assume that these two groups or a few groups of people are fighting for personal vendettas. Li Chenglong said, then, they know who each other is. But if there's no personal vendettas and they're just making use of each other, it's still acceptable. Imitating others may not be useless. So, this game is really complicated. We've caught so many people, but we still can't find the big fish. The other party's cautiousness has reached an outrageous level. Li Chenglong said, that's why I agree with Boss Sua. Although the Southern Patriarch of the South is taking action in Shangjing and directly intervening in this matter, I'm afraid this matter will end without any result. Xiang Kuangren was a little impatient. He said, if so, what should we do? This won't work, that won't work, do we have to just let it go? Forgive me for being blunt. Li Chenglong was now fully immersed in his role. He said, principles, for now, it seems that it's just a few principles entanglement. At least on the surface, it can only be like this. But it's always involved in the game of position, interests, politics, and speaking rights. The matter of Principal Yi, Principal Shi, Vice Principal Xiang, and Vice Principal Liu of Hidden Dragon High School is very likely a game between the higher-ups, a process of competition and compromise. And the current situation is the result of the game. What is a game? Even if they use underhanded means to achieve their goals, it's still a game. Li Chenglong said calmly, politics doesn't care about the means. Everything is the process, it's not important. The only important thing is the result. But the tragedy of Vice Principal Cheng's family involved the royal family. It's different from before. Any change that involves the royal family will only be more complicated. Is it the big families who want the position of crown princess to consolidate their future faction? Or is it the other princes who are waiting for an opportunity to fish in troubled waters? Or is it the abandoned pawn after His Majesty directly revealed it? Or is it the internal strife of the crown prince's faction? For now, it's better to put these aside. We can't investigate, we don't dare to investigate. The implications are too great. Once we find the right direction, it could lead to a disaster. If you go in the wrong direction and act rashly, you will be seeking your own death. Therefore, there are only a few things that we need to do right now. First of all, principal and vice principals, don't worry about these things for now. The most important thing was to nurse his body back to health. He didn't need to care about anything else. The most important thing is to recuperate your body and recover your cultivation, or even advance further. Otherwise, when the real target appears, it would be a joke if a hidden dragon martial artist was unable to fight against him. As for the second matter, Li Chenglong said confidently, you guys keep saying that you don't have a goal. In fact, how could he not have a goal? The target has been staying here all this time, okay? Is the target obvious? Yi Changqing immediately stood up and looked at Li Chenglong with burning eyes. Li Chenglong also looked back and said strangely, the target. Isn't it obvious? Wen Xingtian and Xiang Kuangren were also a little confused. Is it obvious? Of course it's obvious. Li Chenglong said strangely, when Vice Principal Xiang and the others got into trouble, those newly appointed vice principals were all targets. Aren't these ready-made targets obvious enough? You're talking about these targets. Yi Changqing suddenly deflated and sighed. How can these people be so easily touched? Besides, there's no reason to touch them. Li Chenglong said strangely, what are you talking about, Principal Yi? What reason do you need to touch them? Do they need a reason to touch you? Do they have a good reason to kill you? Do they rely on a good reason to chase you away to make room for you? I've said it seriously just now. Whether it's a conspiracy or an overt scheme, it's also a process. It's not important. Only the result is important. Li Chenglong said, you should care about clearing your grievances and taking revenge. Why are you still so worried? The situation now is obvious. As long as you chase one away, the power behind this will show you who's behind this. If you don't get rid of the puppet on the surface, the mastermind behind this will never be exposed. You can only passively take a beating until you're killed, beaten to death. Li Chenglong said helplessly, this is such an obvious target. It's right in front of your eyes. Why are you still trying to reason with it? Sigh. Subconsciously, he and Sua Xiao Duo looked at each other. Both of them felt a little speechless. They had already been bullied to this extent. Why were they still trying to reason with it? As long as they had doubts, it was enough. Worrying about this and that would only make them passive. They would be passive to the end, and even passive to death. Well, I only asked you to chase them away, not to kill them. The Martial Hidden Dragon High School has been messed up by these people. Chase them away and let the Martial Hidden Dragon High School regain its clarity. Isn't this reason enough? Li Chenglong said until here. When he saw Wen Xingtian give him a look, he immediately stopped talking. Yi Changqing, Xiang Kuangren, Vice Principal Lu, Vice Principal Qing, and the others were all frowning and deep in thought. Xiang Kuangren was exultant and eager to try. However, Yi Changqing, Vice Principal Qing, and Vice Principal Lu were all deep in thought. This matter. Let's discuss it again. Yi Changqing sighed softly and said, it's not because you reminded us today that we thought of it. Such an obvious target, of course we know. But there are things that a gentleman should do and not do. Once these people are taken action, the internal strife in the school will never be peaceful for a long time. Then, is it still a school? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, it's a good thing and very refreshing. But if we do that, what's the difference between us and them? Yi Changqing sighed softly, but this is the Martial Hidden Dragon High School. This is a place to cultivate talents for the whole continent. It's not the martial world, nor is it a vanity fair. Maybe others can, but we can't. At least, we can't do too much. Even if we really want to deal with them, we can't use methods that are too dark. Yi Changqing waved his hand and stopped Xiang Kuangren, who wanted to speak. He said, our core mission is to let the children become talents. We are not politicians who would resort to any means to get what they want. They can only look at the results and ignore the process, but we can't. The children are watching our every word and action. They are even imitating our words and actions. They are all learning from us. Our way of doing things, our character, our spirit, and our perseverance. Once we make a mistake, we may lead thousands of geniuses to make the same mistake. Once we are unscrupulous, we may bring out a group of unscrupulous students. Yi Changqing sighed softly. I'm not pedantic, and it's not that I can't see the enemy, but I really can't. Vice Principal Qing sneered and said, Yi Changqing, let me ask you. Even if Yi Changqing dies because of this, and your family is destroyed because of this, you still can't. Yi Changqing closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Then, he said seriously and cautiously, yes, I can't. Because I'm a teacher, not a politician. What they think is unimportant, to me, is more important than a mountain. Yi Changqing said word by word. Vice Principal Qing looked at Yi Changqing with a complicated expression. He was sad for his misfortune, angry for his failure to fight, but also sincerely admired him. I'm a teacher, not a politician. These words made people tremble in fear, but they also felt endless bitterness. Ever since the Hidden Dragon High School came into existence, the students who graduated from the Hidden Dragon High School had always been on the battlefield and in various fields. Every year, countless people were killed on the battlefield. Every year, countless people achieved great things. However, it was extremely rare for a black sheep to appear. There are only Hidden Dragon students who die in battle. There are no Hidden Dragon graduates. Upright and upright. Dignified and dignified. Mighty and domineering. Indomitable spirit. Perhaps it was this spirit that supported this school. It was also the reason why the Hidden Dragon High School could always be ranked among the 3 great high schools. It was the true soul of the Hidden Dragon High School. However, in today's materialistic world, in an environment where people were fighting for power and profit, this kind of perseverance was laughable and disadvantageous. But this was a spirit. It could not be loosened. Once this perseverance was lost, the Hidden Dragon High School might not be the Hidden Dragon High School anymore. But if this continued for a long time, they would gradually be pushed aside, dealt with, and suppressed. Would the Hidden Dragon High School still be the original Hidden Dragon High School? Setting an example, lingering at death's door and delaying death, was it really more important than an extreme counterattack and overturning the world? Vice Principal Qing could not figure this out. Big Brother Yi. Vice Principal Qing bowed respectfully, stood up straight, and said, You have your perseverance, but I also have my hatred. I'll take my leave now. I admire your perseverance, and I respect it. But I can't forget my hatred, and I can't let it go. Vice Principal Qing chuckled, Goodbye. His body flashed, and disappeared from the secret room like a ghost. He actually did not give Yi Changqing a chance to speak again. Old 6. Yi Changqing had just called out, but Vice Principal Qing had already disappeared without a trace. Xiang Quangren was stunned for a moment, and murmured, Big brother, your perseverance, now. Is it still useful? That's lingering at death's door, a slow suicide, dragging everyone to commit suicide and be buried with you. Vice Principal Liu sat in the wheelchair and said calmly, Brother Quangren, there are some things that must be done by someone. If we all go and take revenge. What about the students? What about the Hidden Dragon? Vice Principal Liu's white hair fluttered, but he smiled calmly and said, This perseverance is the foundation of the Hidden Dragon, and this is the soul of the Hidden Dragon. I've always believed that we won't do it in vain. Such underhanded means are destined to not last long. There will be a day when the sun rises. It's just that we need to wait. But this perseverance is necessary. We can teach unscrupulous students, and we can also teach upright students. But what we teach is not students, but the future of this continent. What we preserve is not our pedantry, but the righteousness of this world. It must be passed down. Xiang Quangren smiled bitterly. In today's society, does anyone still understand us? Does anyone still acknowledge us? If no one understands, then we'll do nothing. Vice Principal Lu said faintly, if no one understands, then we must be like those people and abandon our principles? To seek personal gain, to scheme against others, to achieve their goals by any means necessary. If even we do that, then how much strength of character can be preserved in this world? How much righteousness can be left? Vice Principal Lu smiled calmly, I'm tired, I'm going back to rest. But I'll always support Big Brother Yi. Set a heart for the world, set a life for the people, inherit the lost knowledge for the past saints, and establish peace for all ages. These words may be a little exaggerated, but we're doing it. This is the only way. Big Brother Yi is right, we're teachers, not politicians. This is the profession of a teacher in my heart. Writing, the 4th update will be released soon. Oh. Chapter 454. Until Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong returned to the villa, they were still shocked to the core. From the bottom of their hearts, the two of them did not agree with Principal Ye's persistence. However, it did not affect their deep respect for this kind of persistence. To put themselves in their shoes, the two of them were students. If they saw their own teachers scheming against each other, fighting for power and profit, doing whatever it took to achieve their goals, putting aside the question of whether they would imitate their actions, as a student, would they respect such a teacher? Perhaps some teachers were very pedantic. They knew nothing other than teaching students. They had no other skills other than making their students successful. They would be bullied everywhere in life. However, would you despise such a teacher? In that case, what kind of teacher was the one who touched your soul and left behind a monument in your life? Perhaps, sometimes you would not agree. You might even feel that it was too stupid and not worth it. However, this would not affect the fact that he left a shining mark in your heart. It would not affect the fact that when you encountered something in your life in the future, when the word teacher was mentioned, you would say, I once had such a teacher. Whenever you mentioned him, even if you were saying that he was stupid, it would not affect the pride in your tone. It was pride. It was approval. The two of them did not speak for the whole night. They both felt that their hearts were touched, but they clearly did not agree. This kind of contradictory respect had always existed. I don't want to think about it anymore. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed and said, anyway, I am destined not to be such a righteous person in my life. Li Chenglong said leisurely, me too. However, I still respect Principal Yi and the rest. Me too. However, this does not prevent me from scolding them for being pedantic and infuriating, Zhou Xiaoduo said. Me too. Li Chenglong sighed. However, what we said today may not be useless. Since we put the target in front of them again and again, even if they disdain to scheme, but the invisible contempt is also a kind of rejection. Principal Yi only said that we can't use the same despicable methods, but he didn't say that we won't deal with them at all. Of course, a gentleman can be deceived, but even a Buddha can be enraged. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. I just hope it works. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that he could intervene in some of the school's higher-ups' affairs, but he couldn't influence Principal Yi and the others too much. Moreover, with his current strength, intervening too much would only cost him his life. Zhou Xiaoduo was aware of his own limitations. Even if they wanted to help out a little, they would have to make sure that it was safe again and again before they dared to do anything. It's swollen. What we need to do now is to grow slowly. Don't be too reckless. It's good that you're the sect leader. You're popular, but you won't attract the attention of those higher-ups. Zhou Xiaoduo patted Li Chenglong's shoulder. You were a little reckless tonight. Those inferences. Thousands of clues, you just made them. Reckless. It's really reckless. Li Chenglong chuckled. You said it as if you weren't reckless when you dragged the royal family into it. You were reckless. I was just following your words. How dare you criticize me? As they spoke, the two looked at each other and sighed in unison. There was a faint sense of regret in their hearts. The limelight was too great. We must be cautious in the future. Let's not be reckless. Let's remind each other. Let's stop each other. Of course, of course. Of course, of course. Determined, determined. Our lives are more important. Yes, yes, yes. The two of them high-fived and made an oath, setting a long-term strategic plan for development. Let's concentrate on training. In the future, there should be nothing for us to do, Li Chenglong said in a relaxed manner. Shut up. Sua Xiaoduo roared angrily. Don't say such things. This is a flag. Li Chenglong covered his mouth. Xiang Kuangren, Principal Liu, and Vice Principal Cheng had all left. Only Wen Xingtian remained in the secret chamber, leaning against the corner of the wall. Under the illumination of the light, his face was half lit and half dark. Principal, did you mean what you said just now? Wen Xingtian finally spoke when he saw that everyone else had left. You're not even calling me boss anymore. Yi Changqing frowned. You're just a teacher. I'm also a teacher. I'm asking this from the standpoint of a teacher. Wen Xingtian said indifferently, even if we take a step back, to actually start a gang in the school and act like a boss, that's not what a teacher should do. Yi Changqing took a deep breath. Then let's use the way teachers communicate with each other. What I said just now was from the bottom of my heart. Think about it, if we use the same methods to retaliate. No matter what the result of the conflict is, Hidden Dragon Academy will definitely be destroyed in our hands. It's not that we can't deal with them, but we can't use despicable methods to deal with them. Xingtian. Hidden Dragon Academy is the holy land of martial arts in the entire continent. Countless seniors have sacrificed everything to build it. We didn't come here to destroy it. Xingtian, if such a place is really destroyed in our hands, we'll be sinners for all eternity. Our sins are even greater than those people's. Yi Changqing sighed softly. Wen Xingtian's eyes suddenly shone with an unusual light. This light seemed to illuminate this long night, sweeping away all the haze. But he didn't say anything, only nodded. He casually threw out a Zhao spatial ring and said, "This is a gift from Sua Xiaoduo. As the principal, it's not too much for you to accept a little bit of a student's goodwill. I'm going back to sleep." Wen Xingtian turned his head and left. If someone saw, they would definitely feel that Wen Xingtian's footsteps were unusually relaxed, as if he had let go of something, but also as if he had made up his mind about something. Yi Changqing smiled faintly and murmured, "If it was someone else who gave it to me, there's a 99% chance that I wouldn't accept it. But if it's from that little monkey, I'll accept anything. This principal has accepted a bribe today, so what?" As he spoke, he picked up the spatial ring and sent his divine sense into it. With one look, with a poof, Principal Yi sat down on the chair, his image completely gone. His face instantly flushed red, and even his body began to tremble. It was obvious that he was extremely agitated and couldn't control himself. "I was too careless just now. I spoke too confidently. This gift is really too valuable. I don't dare to accept it, I don't dare to accept it." Yi Changqing looked at the items in the spatial ring, speechless for a long time. Inside, there were 2,000 pieces of supreme-grade jade of astral souls neatly stacked. Along with the divine sense, the rich spiritual energy gushed out. Yi Changqing only took a breath, and he felt that the symptoms of his heart pulse were alleviated by a lot. So many supreme-grade jade of astral souls, priceless is not enough to describe it. Enchanting grabbed the spatial ring and chased out, intending to find Wen Xingtian and ask him what had happened. The gift was too valuable. Unexpectedly, as soon as he went out, he saw a piece of paper pasted on the opposite wall. It was Wen Xingtian's handwriting. "Don't be pretentious." Only these 3 words were written in a flamboyant style. Enchanting could not help but let out a bitter laugh. This fellow really saw through me. If I send it back, the other side will definitely reject it. This gift is indeed what my body needs the most. In the end, I still have to accept it. Just like what Xingtian said, I'm being pretentious. Sigh. Enchanting, oh Enchanting, the children are sincere to you and have given you such a huge amount of wealth. If you still slack off and can't teach these students well, how can you face the world? How can you face your own spiritual interrogation? Enchanting returned to his own villa in a flash. Since he had the resources, his body and cultivation could return to its peak state. Some things would also give him confidence. In the end, this world was still a world where martial arts were respected. As long as your martial arts had reached a certain level, you would have the right to speak. The next morning, when the entire class walked into the classroom with heavy hearts, they were surprised to see 2 people sitting in their respective seats. Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing. Seeing that the 2 of them had returned unscathed, there was a sudden burst of cheers. All the students rushed over while screaming. A few girls were so excited that tears streamed down their faces. "You're fine." Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, and the others were so excited that their faces were red. That's great. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing obviously did not expect everyone to be so enthusiastic. Naturally, they were touched. They spoke one by one as if they were reuniting after a long time. They felt the waves of affection in their hearts churning endlessly. In the midst of the hubbub, Xiao Duo walked into the classroom with a sullen face. He looked around and walked to the podium with a sullen face. He picked up the pointer and hit the whiteboard a few times. Paw paw paw. Silence. Xiao Duo was still sullen as he scolded in a deep voice. Class monitors wa. Xiang Chang's face was full of excitement. What are you shouting for? Everyone sit down. Go back to your positions. On the podium, Xiao Duo was full of vigor as he spoke sternly. All of you have made a mess in the classroom. What do you think you are doing? Are you high school students? Or are you idle people in society? Hooligans. Xiao Duo said sternly, all of you, sit properly. Don't you understand human language? In the face of such pressure, all the students in the class went back to their positions, not daring to make a sound. After this round of training, the students who were shocked by Xiaoduo's explosive gains had a deeper respect for class monitors Hua. In a sense, they were more afraid of Xiaoduo than of Wen Xingtian. Everyone watched as Xiaoduo walked back and forth on the podium with a sullen face like the weather before a storm. His face was full of righteousness, looking for monthly votes. Looking for subscriptions. Looking for recommendation votes. Finish today's update. Chapter 455. Bam! A pointer was slammed onto the table, breaking into pieces. What are you doing? Are you all excited? What are you so excited about? Did you take medicine or not? Did you take the wrong medicine? Did you take fake medicine? Xiaoduo's face darkened. What's the matter? Why are you so happy? Look at what you're saying. Nothing happened to you. That's great. You're still alive. That's great. Hee hee. What's so great about it? With your qualities, even if nothing happened today, something will definitely happen in the future. With your calmness. With your experience. Saying that your flowers in a greenhouse is like slaughtering ducks at the southern heavenly gate. You're all overpaid. Swa Xiao Duo sneered. You've learned martial arts and practiced martial arts, but you're just pigs to be slaughtered by others. Don't be unconvinced. Report it one by one. Who has killed before? Who has walked the streets? Who has wandered the Jianghu? How many times have you been robbed? How many badger games have you been schemed against? Do you think that you're practicing martial arts just because you're practicing martial arts here and sparring with your classmates? Let me tell you, this is called bullshit training. What you're practicing is not martial arts. It's all for the enemy to gain merit. Each and every one of you knows nothing about your temperament, state of mind, experience, society, the Jianghu, the battlefield, killing. You're all idiots who can't tell the difference. You're shameless enough to call yourselves geniuses after a competition and enter the higher martial arts. He. I don't even have to say that. Swa Xiao Duo said disdainfully, let's not talk about other things. Just look at you now. Let's not talk about me. If I put all 34 of you together in a big mountain with Li Chenglong, both sides will fight to the death. In the end, Li Chenglong will definitely drag all 34 of your corpses out. What's the point of being so arrogant? When we go out for training, we give you credits. Is that just giving credits? All of you are just happily snatching credits. Have you thought of anything else? Looking at how busy you are, I can tell you responsibly that you haven't. You never thought about it. What happened to Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing? They didn't die or stink this time. What did they rely on? It was luck. If there's a next time, let's see if you'll die or not. Swa Xiao Duo clasped his hands behind his back, looking gloomy and imposing. Pai Yibao asked from behind, class monitor Swa, if we were with the vice class monitor, he could pull out 34 corpses. What if you were with him? Swa Xiao Duo snorted and said, I could drag out 35 Li Chenglong. Is there anyone who doesn't agree? Li Chenglong shouted from below, the class monitor is right. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere suddenly became strange. Originally, she felt heavy, depressed, angry, and ashamed, but after Li Chenglong's words, why did she feel strange? She couldn't get angry anymore, and she couldn't laugh even if she wanted to. Wen Xingtian, who had been standing outside the door for a while, also smiled. The two of them, one with a white face and one with a red face, cooperated well. One of them was able to suppress people's emotions to the breaking point, while the other was able to liven up the atmosphere at the right time, sharing some of the pressure, but making the pressure last forever. He coughed and walked in. With a wave of his hand, Swa Xiao Duo returned to his seat dejectedly. His gloomy face turned bright and sunny. When he returned to his seat, he said loudly, also, if you did as I said and benefited from the fortune-telling, hurry up and hand over the fortune-telling fee. Everyone in the class was speechless. You scolded us so badly that we were worthless, and then you turned around and said that you did a good job and even asked for money. Did you mean that we were nothing? If you didn't tell us our fortunes, we would have been crippled. More than 30 pairs of eyes rolled at once. Class monitor Zhua is right. There's nothing wrong with what he said. Wen Xingtian didn't waste any time and said, so, in the next period of time, we will start a new system. The class will be divided into 2 groups. Except for Zhua Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong, the other 34 people must live on campus. Each group of 17 people will attack at random times every night. You can use any means as long as it doesn't harm people's lives. It can be sleeping gas, poison, or hidden weapons. When Xingtian said indifferently, this group can attack the other group, or the other group can attack this group. Of course, there's a third group. Sua Xiao Duo and Li Chenglong will be an independent group. They can attack any one of you at any time, or even both of you. Now that the credits will be given out soon, everyone can be considered rich. The loser has to give a credit to the winner. Well, after each attack, there will be a credit transaction. Either you give it to others, or others give it to you. If you lose 5 credits in a row, you will take the initiative to accept the punishment. Except for the female students who won't let you do it. The rest of the students' underwear and socks will be washed by you for 5 consecutive days. The washing time will be limited to every meal in the canteen. Take it to the faucet downstairs to wash it. This will make it easier for everyone to admire. Wen Xingtian's words caused a wave of grief. Don't think that it's a group punishment. Even if you're in a group, it's still an individual reward and punishment. Wen Xingtian said indifferently, think about how to divide it. Also, everyone needs to have a good rest. If anyone feels tired or listless during a battle in class, just think about what to do. Next, all of you get out of here and fight. For the next few days, the school administration office was still counting the number of rewards gained from this experience. On the other hand, they were preparing for the commendation ceremony. In just a few days, the students of the first class were already suffering. Every night, they were attacked more than once. How the hell were they going to have a good rest that the next day, they still had to practice martial arts and be energetic? They witnessed the 2 groups tormenting each other with their own eyes. All kinds of sneaky methods emerged one after another. Wen Xingtian let him be, completely ignoring him. Sua Xiao Duo and Li Chenglong weren't allowed to interfere in the first week. Before everyone got used to this kind of living environment, the 2 of them would be considered as bullying and wouldn't be able to achieve the effect of training. Of course, Li Chenglong would still practice with Xiang Bing during the day. He would beat her until her face was swollen beyond recognition. On this day, Xiang Bing came to Sua Xiao Duo with a swollen face. She said angrily, "Class monitor Sua, why didn't you think of leaving one for me?" It turned out that this abnormally insensitive girl finally found the white tiger that Jin Piapiao and Yu Yen carried every day. She was instantly infatuated. When she heard that it was bought from Sua Xiao Duo, she immediately came to question him. "Leave it for you? Why would I leave it for you? Why should I leave it for you? Give me a reason first." Sua Xiao Duo rolled his eyes. "You were already being dragged away to make bacon at that time, and you're still thinking about this? Get out of here. Do you think Li Chenglong is the only one who doesn't know how to be gentle with girls?" Xiang Bing was embarrassed by the scolding. She covered her face and left. However, she turned her embarrassment into a strong motivation and started to practice even more desperately. "When I'm strong enough, I'll beat this guy to death with his nasty words." In the past few days, Sua Xiao Duo went to Grandma Shi's house for dinner twice. He did not know if it was an illusion or something, but Sua Xiao Duo felt that Grandma Shi's attitude seemed to have changed. Her face was still as haggard as before, but Sua Xiao Duo could clearly feel that Grandma Shi was more lively than before. Speaking of lunch, he had only eaten 2 lunches in the school during this period of time. However, both times, he was met with people fighting over his table. First, the 2nd grade class 6 sent out a representative to take revenge, but he was easily defeated by Sua Xiao Duo. Then, the class monitor of the 6th grade went out to fight, but he was still sent flying by Sua Xiao Duo with a kick. As such, if the flames of war were not extinguished, it would continue to spread to the 2nd grade class 5. Sua Xiaoduo's reputation in the Hidden Dragon High School also rose along with the tide, and became more and more famous. Originally, calling him Sword King was just a joke. However, now, when Sua Xiaoduo walked in the school and met other students of the same grade, they would call him Class Monitor Zuo or Sword King. There was a lot of respect in their voices. The strong should be respected. Moreover, he would be respected more and more in the future. As long as he could continue to remain undefeated, and maintain this record of constant victories. Every student who had advanced to the high martial school was once a genius. Their minds were bright and their eyes bright. No matter where they went in the future, they would be seniors and leaders. Once they encountered any danger or difficulty, all the students would be the ones to look out for and help each other. However, if the soul of the school spoke, it would definitely be more effective than 100 words from other students. Who would be so stupid as to deliberately provoke the strong? Wasn't that just asking for trouble and seeking death? Perhaps it was because of this understanding, more and more of the younger generation of the Gao and Wu families began to come to Shuo Duo to ease their relationship and make friends. Everyone's attitude became more relaxed and more sincere. After all, the family had already made the decision to no longer be enemies with Shuo Duo. They couldn't go against the family's decision, right? Since they were no longer enemies, who wouldn't know how to make friends? Wasn't it just showing sincerity and kindness? More friends meant more options. As for that dead Wu Yuntian, even when he was alive, he wasn't very likable. Now that he was dead, who would still remember him? If it wasn't for the fact that he was a direct descendant of the family head, they wouldn't even want to mention his name. And during this period of time, another clan began to gradually surface. The Li family. That was the family that teacher Li Qingqiu came from. This family was finally dug out. It turned out that Li Qingqiu's family belonged to a branch of the Li family in Fenghai City. However, for some unknown reason, after Li Qingqiu became disabled, he and his brother's branch actually returned to the Li family. This also meant that the Li family had also taken responsibility for this matter. There is no right or wrong in the life and death arena. This matter is over. The Li family spokesperson's attitude was very firm. However, when the younger generation of the Gao and Wu families heard this, they almost exploded in anger. The Li family said it so easily. There was no right or wrong. Was there no reason? Chapter 456. In the hearts of the Wu and Gao families' youngsters, they were of course thinking about a different matter. If they were to trace it back to the source, it was because of Li Qingqiu that the life and death arena happened. If it wasn't for the Li family's lack of morals, how could things have developed to this point? Now, with just one sentence, you actually want to just let it go. Fuck. Where did you get your face from? No matter if it was the Wu family's youngsters who usually didn't get along with Wu Yuntian, they all acted as if they had eaten gunpowder. As long as they saw the Li family in school, they would begin to mock and ridicule them. Then, the Gao family also followed suit. The current situation of these three families was very strange. Today, the Wu and Gao families were fighting the Li family. Tomorrow, the Li and Wu families were fighting the Gao family. The day after, the Gao and Li families were fighting the Wu family. The three sides were fighting in a chaotic manner, causing the entire Hidden Dragon High School to be in a foul mood. It seemed that the three families were very stupid. The teachers didn't have any opinions about this and completely ignored it. They were happy to see it happen. No matter who was fighting who, in the end, it would be a real fight. The improvement of the students was obvious. Moreover, this should be a tacit strategy of the three families. They were using the energetic and easily provoked characteristics of the younger generation to create some conflict and hatred. Let's fight in school. In any case, no one would die. Moreover, they would all fight for real. Like this, one by one, they would naturally become experts in actual combat. This was the best way to train soldiers. As for those who suspected the Li family of being irresponsible and offending the other two families with a casual sentence, those people didn't have brains. These kinds of brainless people didn't understand anything. If they died, they deserved it. There was no need to pay attention to them. As the three families fought, more and more people from the second, third, and fourth years were involved. At the same time, the teachers in charge of each class began to encourage their own students to snatch the tables of other classes. Last year, the class I was in charge of had its table snatched by teacher Xiang Tianxiao's students. I didn't manage to snatch it back. I'm so sorry, so sorry. There was no need to say anything more. With just this sentence, the students went up. Compared to previous years, this year's Hidden Dragon High School entered a chaotic world ahead of time. On the other hand, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were monitoring the phone calls and were busy with the internet company. That rank 1 Firmament Realm manager is a talent. If this person is used well, he will have a great effect. Li Chenglong reminded Zhou Xiaoduo more than once. However, Zhou Xiaoduo could do nothing about it. How could I not know that he was a talent? Do I need you to remind me? But the problem now is that he is doing well in Heaven's first grade. How am I supposed to poach him? More importantly, he has the authority of a rank 1 in the Firmament Realm. He can give out a few 100 million star coins just like that. He can even give out a few 100,000 high-grade astral souls jades without even blinking. What better conditions can I give him? I really can't give you anything. Looking at the situation now, at least he can't continue in Heaven's first grade, or he is kicked out. Only then can we have a chance to poach him. Zhou Xiaoduo looked melancholy. I remember reading a book called Water Margin. There is a person called Song Jiang in the book. He is really good at poaching people. He caused your family to be ruined and you have no choice but to fight with him. The most amazing thing is that he tricked the officials into rebelling with him. In the end, he turned his butt and became an official himself. What book is this? The logic in this book is too amazing. Let me see, I must see it. Li Chenglong was excited. There is actually such a despicable person in this world. If I can't see it, it will be my life's regret. Zhou Xiaoduo realized that he said something wrong. He remembered, but such a long book. Write it down from memory. How can I have the time to do that? It was just that there was no good way to poach Manager Kai. Only then did he remember that the leader was here. What I meant was that there is no good way. Can we cause Manager Kai's family to be ruined and he has no choice? Zhou Xiaoduo said. Li Chenglong was horrified. That definitely won't do. That's why we have to wait for another opportunity. Zhou Xiaoduo was thinking, Fang Yinuo. Could she handle this matter? Fang Yinuo's identity as a member of the Umno Alliance was too big. If she was found out, it would be a disaster. As for Fenghai City, there were too many experts. Any random stranger that popped out could be an expert that he couldn't handle. Zhou Xiaoduo thought about it for a long time but still couldn't make up his mind. On the other hand, Li Chenglong had already bought a stake in an internet company. He directly used his money to become the first shareholder. Then, he announced the successful acquisition online and changed the name of the company that night. Li Chenglong named the new company Zhuishui Film and Television Entertainment Company, Limited. As for why he chose this name, he was asked almost immediately. Li Chenglong followed Zhou Xiaoduo's explanation and said, a very handsome person with the surname Zhou set up this company. After the whole company heard this answer, they were all pessimistic. We are a film and television company. The main reason why we were acquired was that we had filmed a few lousy dramas and lost all our capital. Now, we finally have a rich and generous investor. Rich and overbearing here could only be regarded as an inappropriate metaphor, because this patron was simply too rich to the extreme. In addition to buying 90% of the company's shares at a premium, he also offered a salary that was twice as high as before and kept all the employees. Just as everyone was rubbing their hands and preparing for a big fight, the new boss announced a new strategic goal. Our company's goal is very simple and crude. We are determined to become the #1 troll on the internet. Listen to this, is this what a normal person is saying? This is nonsense, isn't it? We used to be a legitimate company. How could we do something so despicable? This is wrong. This is not a joke. Our company's goal in the future is to eliminate trolls on the internet. The most direct way to achieve this goal is to be a troll ourselves, the strongest and sharpest troll. Now, for all the trolling subsidiaries, buy all those that can be bought and get rid of all those that can't be bought. Get rid of all the individual trolls. I will give you a budget of 100 million yuan. There are no other requirements, just one. Within a month, we have to become the #1 troll company on the internet. No matter what the topic is, we have to go in whichever direction we want to go. The original boss was called Gucci. He smiled bitterly. Boss, 100 million yuan is not enough to achieve that. Don't you understand? 100 million yuan, the first budget is only used to build the framework. It's not like I'm asking you to reach the top in one step. Li Chenglong was rich and overbearing. He directly said, but if you can't even build the framework in a month, all of you can get lost. I understand. Gucci's heart was filled with sorrow. I was recognized as a genius in the Film and Television Academy. I was also very ambitious back then. Who would have thought that I would become the spokesperson of a trolling subsidiary today? However, I don't have money on me and I can't speak tough. A family still needs to eat. Especially when the new boss said, during the recruitment process, if you meet any troublemakers or people who take the money but don't do anything, give me a list of names and addresses. I guarantee that you won't stay overnight. The deterrence of this sentence was unprecedented. It was horrifying and sent chills down everyone's spine. For this group of ordinary people who were powerless, it felt like they had entered the underworld. No, the underworld might not have such a frightening deterrent force. This was a real investment from a high-ranking martial artist. Mommy. This is clearly cutting off our path of betrayal. After the meeting, Gucci was confused. He looked at the technical director, then at his old buddies, and realized that everyone was dumbfounded. The budget of 100 million had already been transferred to his account. However, is this money worth spending? After spending this money, we have to work hard. Otherwise. Fuck, I don't dare to think about it anymore. Can you find the address? Cough, the address is very clear. It's from the Dao League mainland Sanqing Hall. The technical director coughed. Even an ordinary person would know what kind of place the Dao League mainland Sanqing Hall was. What the fuck? These few words directly shattered all of Gucci's other thoughts. This address was definitely fake. There was no doubt about it. However, could it be an ordinary person who dared to use this address as a cover? The other party's methods are very advanced. At least, they're at the top of the world. We can't track them at all. Then, are we still going to do this? Yes or no? Gucci smiled bitterly. Can we not do it? Let's quickly change the name and start work tomorrow. From tomorrow onwards, we'll be a group of trolls. Professional trolls, the most professional trolls. Sigh. Gucci sighed sadly. On the second day, everything was settled. What made Gucci and the others feel strange was that no one had registered the name Zhou Shuai. The registration was completed in the blink of an eye. It was so smooth that he could not believe it. Every time he came up with a name for the company, he had to prepare more than 10 names. It was either this name or that name was taken. However, He did not know that the name Shui was immediately sent out to a rather special channel after the registration was completed. Even the person in charge of registration did not know about this. That morning, Zhou Chonglu received a call. Then, for the first time, he called his son. "Hey, you haven't been doing anything these days, right? Your mom said that she dreamed of you yesterday." Zhou Xiaoduo said respectfully, "I didn't do anything. Dad, don't worry. I'm fine here. I'm obedient like a cute bay rabbit." Zhou Chonglu's first reaction was to smash the phone. "You're as obedient as a bay rabbit? I want to beat you to death, you cute bay rabbit." Chapter 457. Zhou Chonglu spent a lot of effort to calm himself down. His longing for his son, whom he had not seen for a long time, was blown away by this sentence. "Just stay outside and don't come back. That little bastard." Nobody knew him better than his father. Zhou Chonglu would feel that it was a miracle if this kid could behave for even an hour. How could he be such an adorable bunny? "You lied to me, don't you know who I am?" "Well, it's good that you're fine. Remember to practice martial arts well. Don't worry about your family. Your mother and I have moved to King Chi's tomb. Remember to call us when you come back, or you won't be able to find us," Zhou Chonglu said kindly. "Got it, Dad. Okay, it's okay. A lot of people have been scolding us on the internet these days. We thought you got into some trouble." "Scolding you? Damn, who's so bold?" Zhou Xiaoduo was furious. "Dad, tell me, what's their ID and what they're saying? I just started a company that specializes in this. I'll scold them to death." Zhou Zhonglu's face twitched as he said, "It's just a small matter. Look at how anxious you are. How many times have I told you to be steady and calm? You're too weak in terms of mental cultivation." Zhou Xiaoduo did not let it go. "I can't stand people scolding my dad. It's so rebellious." Zhou Chonglu comforted him and then hung up the phone. He pinched his eyebrows and made another call. "Hey, it's because of the little doggy." Oh, well done, ha ha ha. It's okay, it's okay." Wu Yuding's outstretched hand fell. She looked at Zhou Chonglu angrily. "I reached out my hand for a long time just to talk to my son, and you hung up the phone." Zhou Chonglu was dumbfounded. He did not see it just now. Wu Yuding was not beside him when he called. "You didn't even pick up the phone when you asked me to. You didn't even mention me when you called your son." Wu Yuding's eyes were red. "Zhou Chonglu, I can't live with you anymore." Zhou Chonglu. What do you mean?" Wu Yuding said aggressively. "Xiao Duo clearly wanted to talk to me." Zhou Chonglu finally found an excuse and hurriedly explained, "Xiao Duo didn't even ask about you on the phone. When did he want to talk to you? That's why I didn't think. Wu Yuding almost choked to death. She looked at Zhou Chonglu angrily and said, "Sleep on the sofa tonight." He turned around and left. Zhou Chonglu was dumbfounded. What about me? What's wrong with me? The matter of Zhou Shuai's company came to an end. Then Gu Qi and the others realized that everything related to Zhou Shuai Film and Entertainment Media Limited was unbelievably smooth. It was as if God was helping them. They went through all the procedures as fast as lightning. Although they were all normal procedures, the basic process still needed some time. There was a rhythm to it. Other people might not even get a number after waiting for 7 or 8 days. However, when they went there, they often met people who were in a good mood. "Hey, you. What's up?" Oh, okay, I'm in a good mood today." Come, I'll do it for you. Hey, you. Aren't you that person? Why are you today? Oh, it's just a matter of saying one sentence. Come. Hey, you. Why are you here? Oh, I thought it was fate that I met you yesterday. Today, you came to my base camp. Okay, I'll do it together. Such coincidences made Gucci feel that the world was full of love. It turned out that the reason why his company was not successful was probably because he did not choose a good name. Things were going very smoothly. Even the company's recruitment was going very smoothly. He did not know why, but it seemed to have appeared out of thin air. There were many talented students who were exceptionally suited for the position, and they came from all over the place to recommend themselves. Originally, most of the company had gone bankrupt and left. Now, there were only about 10 people left. This time, after the recruitment notice was posted, it was filled with people in just one morning. Moreover, all of the people who came were awesome and were really capable. After Gucci told them about the company's new idea, everyone fell into a temporary state of silence. Of course, he could not tell them about the company's trolls. Boss, what you mean is to control the direction of public opinion on the internet. I can't say this too clearly, but I can only point it out vaguely. Then, in the afternoon, more than half of the people resigned. Gucci nodded to himself. That's more like it. So many capable people are trapped here. I feel bad about it too. Pfft, what am I thinking? They left, but I'm actually happy. This is despicable. What kind of mentality am I in? Then, before Gucci could adjust his state of mind, another large group of people rushed in. And these people were all professionals. Each and every one of them was an experienced troll. Any one of them was a famous and ruthless character in the trolling industry. They had been in the industry for many years, experienced hundreds of battles, and each of them had their own team. This time, they swarmed in. And each of them spoke eloquently and with reason. It's too tiring to fight on our own. It's too easy to break a chopstick. Why don't we form a team to keep each other warm? If there's anything, we can work together and remind each other not to step on the line. One day and one night. Take note, it was only one day and one night. The number of people working in Shui Film and Entertainment Media Limited had already exceeded 500. And they were all elites in the industry. Many of them were experienced trolls who were well known but had never met before. They were the kind of people who could make people like Gucci change their expressions when they heard about them. At this moment, there were many talents gathered under their command. It was humble to say that it was a gathering of heroes. It was basically a gathering of heroes. Who could compete with them? Sui Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong woke up after a day of school. After returning home, they asked tentatively, "How's it going?" The response they received made Sui Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong's jaws drop. In one night, the company was strong and powerful. A company with strong capabilities and would fight wherever they wanted was established in such a swift and decisive manner. Moreover, it was an individual's company. Moreover, there were countless companies, individuals, and VIPs associated with it. Everyone was preparing their troops and their morale was high. They were just waiting for the new boss to give the order. Fuck. Sui Xiaoduo could not figure it out. Could it be that being a troll now is so attractive? Will the 3 mountains and 5 peaks unify the Jianghu in an instant? Sui Xiaoduo clicked his tongue in wonder. The economic situation now is not good. Maybe everyone is having a hard time. Our company has nothing but funds. Li Chenglong sighed and said, "The only thing I'm worried about now is that if we start this, we'll have to spend money like water. We'll have to keep throwing money into it. Isn't the point of earning money to throw it away?" Xiao Duo did not care. Isn't it just spending money? What's the point of having money? I'm a rich man now. Even if I don't have enough money, I still have Fang Yinhuo. It's enough to support me for quite a while. Let's try issuing an order first. Xiao Duo said, let's test the strength of these people. What should we issue then? Let's find out about the most respected teachers in the history of Hidden Dragon High School. Xiao Duo said, let's use this as a topic and let them do it. I'd like to see how far they can go. Okay. Li Chenglong's fingers flew and immediately sent the order. The boss handed over the task. Gu Qi's face immediately became serious. Everyone knew that the new boss wanted to test the quality of the team. Whether they could be valued by the boss or not, the future of the company would depend on this one deal. Inform all the department heads for a meeting immediately. Our first task is here. The first high-level meeting of Shui Entertainment Company, Limited was very solemn. General Manager Gu Qi directly projected the basic requirements of the boss on the wall and let everyone express their opinions. Obviously, the boss wants to praise the Hidden Dragon High School. Someone said. Is he really bragging or just bragging? He definitely can't brag blindly. He has to brag with reason and evidence. Of course, he has to create a huge response. Manager, this is a big job. In recent years, the reputation of Hidden Dragon High School is not that good. There were many knowledgeable people, and they quickly pointed out a common line of thought. We can start boasting from the glorious days of the past. Even if the situation in the past few years isn't too stable, the teachers of Hidden Dragon High School are all top-notch talents. Just the performance a few days ago is enough to boast for a long time. Since the establishment of Hidden Dragon High School, he has bragged all the way. What kind of glorious people came from Hidden Dragon High School? What kind of people came from which teacher? How many of them came from Hidden Dragon High School in the same year? Who else? How many of them have achieved something? How many died in battle? Why did they die in battle? How did they die? How did they die as heroes? Or, what contribution did they make? These are all explosive points. This is definitely a huge project, but the specific operation is traceable. It's not too difficult. Looks like everyone has a direction to work on. Let's start now. Gu Qi took a deep breath and said, the first action is to give a brief introduction of Hidden Dragon High School, starting from the establishment of Hidden Dragon High School. The first article will be titled, From Here On, I will slowly and comprehensively bring you to understand Hidden Dragon High School. It must be noted that this is just the beginning of the legend, the beginning of the epic. The first group will take this job. I will give you 3 hours to prepare and plan. That should be enough, right? After that, the other groups can start to look for their own targets and communicate with each other in the work group. Do not repeat and waste manpower. Gu Qi made the final decision. If there are no more questions, let's start working. Everyone, let the bosses see our ability. Boss, don't worry, oh. Chapter 458. Gu Qi realized that this group of new subordinates was actually more enthusiastic than him, the general manager. Moreover, it was not just a little bit more. It was almost several times more enthusiastic. Each of them was more enthusiastic than the other, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. As soon as he gave the order, they immediately began to work. All the keyboards in the entire office area were activated at the same time. It was as if hail was falling. It was lively. Everyone was focused and serious. They were so serious that it made people feel ashamed. They were indeed the elites of the industry. Gu Qi had no idea what kind of people he was leading now. He also had no idea why all of this was happening. All along, the internet had been a mess. Netizens were fighting for themselves. They said whatever they wanted without taking responsibility. There was no future trouble. The government might have mouthpieces, but it was difficult to form a huge force. When it came to guiding people's hearts and the direction of the wind, the more authoritative the organization was, the more difficult it was to do so. Because the more the government's mouthpiece was, the more it made people feel inexplicably resistant. Because there was a feeling. As if they were being preached. This feeling. Therefore, some well-known bloggers, VIPs, celebrities, and so on fought for themselves and earned their own money. Instead, it really affected many people. To guide the direction, one needed to write articles and attract people's attention. Then, with skillful and reasonable writing, one would completely lead people astray and lead them to the direction that the author had set. As long as the technique was used well, even black could be washed white. It would be spotless. White could also be dyed black. It could not be washed clean with water. It was not that the government did not want to control it, but it really could not. However, Swiss Schweiz company now made people see an opportunity, or rather, a direction. This was just a personal company, but it could do many things that many big forces and even the government could not do. Even if something happened, it would not affect the national level. However, this company could be used to do many things that the national power could not and was inconvenient to do. Using the power of society to guide the people, the government could do what the government wanted without showing up at all. Moreover, the people of the country could be happy, thinking that the higher-ups had seen the voices of the netizens. The most important thing was that this company had a very good foundation. With such a strong background, no one could find out, and it was difficult to shake. Therefore, with the help of a small show from the top, a behemoth quietly rose from the ground. Gu Qi was not the only one who did not know about this. None of the people below him knew about this either. Even Li Chenglong, who set up this company, was in the clouds. As for the initiator of all this, Sui Duo, he could only be confused. He would not have even dreamed of it. How could he have known that he would be immediately used for a long time after jumping on a whim? And this was not the main point, he would be kept in the dark for a very, very long. And he had to play the role of a sucker who was willing to spend money. It was not easy for Master Sui to be so willing to be a sucker. But this time, Sui Duo didn't know why, but he did it willingly, excitedly, and joyfully. This was the first time such a strange thing had happened in the real world. The person in charge of initiating it was dumbfounded. The person in charge was confused. The person in charge of the company was confused. As for the real power, he did not expect it at all before it was launched. Everything was so coincidental. It was a lucky hit, and the strange thing was completed. Then, in a short period of time, it snowballed and expanded rapidly on the internet. It was almost too much for the eye to take in, and it turned into a torrent on the internet. From all directions, from all angles, and from all industries, people were involved. It formed the most barbaric and completely unreasonable rampage. In just one night, the popularity of martial arts Hidden Dragon soared on the internet. It was so red that it was purple, and so purple that it was black. Martial arts Hidden Dragon, why is it martial arts Hidden Dragon? Do you know what a martial arts Hidden Dragon is? Martial arts Hidden Dragon, why is it called martial arts Hidden Dragon? The martial arts Hidden Dragon of the past. More than a dozen broken houses, one of the 3 future martial arts masters, martial arts Hidden Dragon, how did the seniors do it? When you were enjoying the glory, who knew the sorrow of martial arts Hidden Dragon? I would rather turn my body into powder in exchange for the bright sun of martial arts Hidden Dragon. Remember the first old principal who founded martial arts Hidden Dragon. This is a hero, remember the 10 gentlemen of martial arts Hidden Dragon. Who still remembers him? the teacher who died of exhaustion in his teaching post. 3,000 years of martial arts hidden dragon, the number of students who died in battle is terrifying, you can't imagine. Burning my jade blood loyal heart, in exchange for the spring of peach blossoms. Originally, Hidden Dragon High martial artist was quite famous, but now, he was extremely popular. And the popularity of martial arts Hidden Dragon was the kind of popularity that made people admire it more the more they read. The related things that were circulating on the internet for thousands of years were all true, and all of them were traceable. No matter which one it was, there was irrefutable evidence, and all of them were real people with flesh and blood. There were countless evidence, material evidence, and even witnesses. Countless reporters under Shuai's company went to all parts of the country, to all parts of the mainland, to Sun Moon Pass, to all borders. To interview. An even bigger wave was brewing. And a brand new internet giant was quietly formed. Just like that, the two instigators, Sui Xiao Duo and Li Chenglong, were still muddle-headed and had inexplicably succeeded. They could be said to be the fastest to succeed in history, the most awesome, and the most muddle-headed, two big bosses. And these two muddle-headed bosses happened to be the smartest and the most talented two people. It could even be said that in thousands of years, they were the only two people with the best brains. The twists and turns, the endless coincidences, and the pushing of the boat with the current, were really hard to explain in a few words. At this moment, these two muddle-headed bugs were walking on the road to school. And they were beaming with joy, happy, and carefree, just like two cute white rabbits. Just last night, Li Chenglong successfully suppressed the third thorny road. Similarly, Sui Xiaoduo's 12th thorny road was also successful. That night's mournful howls almost caused Yi Chongqing, who was nearby, to go berserk. If the tables are snatched again today, the ones who come will be second-grade class 5, right? Li Chenglong said. Sui Xiaoduo sighed. According to the rules, the one who took action yesterday was the chief of class 6. After that, it can only be someone stronger than the chief. These rules are really fucking rotten eggs. It's just like poking a hornet's nest. Obviously, it's just snatching a table from class 7, but now it's developing into a trend of challenging the entire grade. This matter really makes me regret it. Fighting every day, I'm clearly a civilized person, polite, gentle, and honest. Ha! Li Chenglong chuckled. This guy really has the face to say this. Even if others don't know you, how can I not know you? I don't admire you for anything else, but I admire the thickness of your skin. Today is the trial commendation conference, and also the day to give out credits. Sui Xiaoduo had a look of longing. I don't know how many credits I'll have, but it should be enough for a while. Li Chenglong also had a look of longing. I'm ranked 2nd, so I should have a lot of credits. Sui Xiaoduo was smug. Don't worry, we definitely won't be short, but 2 people probably won't be enough. Li Chenglong laughed gloatingly. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing definitely won't be enough. He, Bing Dan is really unlucky, ha 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 ha. He gets beaten up every day and doesn't have enough credits. He owes money everywhere and embarrasses himself every day. Wahahaha. In a happy mood, he actually composed a short poem, which actually rhymed quite well. Sui Xiaoduo tilted his head and looked at the leader of the Iron God sect with a strange expression. For the first time, he felt that Li Chenglong's position as the leader wasn't a fluke. This was definitely hard power. At school. They were also having a meeting. Regarding the issue of freshmen's credits, there's a big problem. The dean of the Academic Affairs Office smiled bitterly. In previous years, the first place basically only got 6,000 credits, and at most, they only got 7,000 to 8,000 credits for astral beasts, which should be enough. But this year, the second place Li Chenglong got more than 9,000 astral beasts, and the first place Sui Xiaoduo got more than 45,000 credits. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This amount of credits is quite terrifying. According to our credit calculation, Xiao Duo can get more than 400,000 credits this time, and that's from a lower point. Isn't this a little too much? The Dean of the Academic Affairs Office really had a toothache. This number was too terrifying. After having it, one could almost do whatever one wanted in school. How could there be so many credits in previous years? Basically, each person would have thousands or tens of thousands of credits, but the most would not exceed 100,000 credits, which would be gone in a short time. But this year's freak. It was hard to describe in words. Not only did he earn a huge amount of credits, but he also plundered all the high-grade astral souls jade from the 9 big families. There was no one else who could do this kind of business. Cough, there's one more thing. The Dean of the Academic Affairs Office had a toothache. Many of the astral beasts handed in this time are in a state of malnutrition. I don't know what's going on. After we counted them individually, we found that these malnourished astral beasts. He coughed and said somewhat incredulously, the total number is exactly 45,678. That's the number of astral beasts handed in by the champions Xiao Duo. All the school's higher-ups looked at each other for a while, speechless for a long time. Although I don't know the reason, but why do these astral beasts, as long as they are in his hands, become malnourished and have congenital deficiencies? The Dean of the Academic Affairs Office was puzzled. Chapter 459. When Xingtian and Yi Changqing spoke at the same time. Ahem, let's skip this matter. Alright. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian looked at each other, speechless. Others might not know, but they were well aware of it. It was no longer a secret that Xiao Duo possessed the Flaming Sun Sutra. Then, the reason why these 40,000 star beasts were malnourished and in poor condition was obvious. It was said that there was a very evil dagger in the south. Could it be that that thing had been passed to Xiao Duo? But not many people knew about this. Yi Changqing said, deal with these malnourished ones and get rid of them in the same batch. As for those in poor condition, sell them at half price. What's the big deal? Just deal with them as soon as possible. Alright. As for Xiao Duo's credits. Xiao Duo and Li Chenglong, how many credits should the third place get? As for the third place, Meng Zhangjun, he also has 9,100 star beasts, but most of them are of the embryonic breathing realm. Although he also has some inner core realm star beasts, they are very few in number. In the end, he can get 21,000 credits. Then let's do it this way. Li Chenglong, as the second place, will get 22,000 credits. Then what about Xiao Duo? The Academic Affairs Director could tell that they were not going to calculate according to the established standard. Instead, they were going to use a symbolic number. Although he did not know the reason, since the principal had said so, he had to give them this much. Xiao Duo, as the first place, likes a straight number so much that he even sent us 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 star beasts. We can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Let's give him 22,222 credits and return him a leopard. Everyone will be happy together. All the higher-ups were speechless for a while. How was this calculated? The other party's student had sent over 45,678 star beasts and should have given over 400,000 credits. In the end, the principal had directly sent over a leopard, which was worth 22,222 credits. Didn't this mean that the other students were all idiots? More importantly, his score was not even enough to get a fraction of what he was supposed to get. The number of star beasts offered by the other party was undoubtedly huge. Even if there were some flaws in the quality of the star beasts, after a 50% discount, it would still be more than 200,000 star beasts. Wasn't it a little too much to offer a little over 20,000 star beasts? But why? Could it be that Principal Yi was targeting him? But that's even more wrong. Wen Xingtian was also puzzled. He frowned and looked over. It's settled then. Yi Changqing made the final decision and did not explain further. Wen Xingtian suddenly stood up. Sui Xiaoduo and Li Changlong's credits. As the teacher in charge, how could Wen Xingtian agree when he saw his own students suffer such a huge grievance? He had to fight for it. I'll tell you the reason why I'm doing this later. Yi Changqing sighed and transmitted his voice. When the two of them were alone, Yi Changqing looked at Wen Xingtian and frowned. The various actions of these two fellows really make me speechless. The nutrient solution in the nutrition cabin. These two fellows don't even find it disgusting. They just drink it after entering. They drink it every time. You still don't know about this, right? Wen Xingtian was horrified. Drink nutrient solution. There was such a thing. Fuck, there was actually such a thing, such people. But in retrospect, the teacher in charge of looking after the nutrition cabin would always mutter strangely that there would always be two machines that would inexplicably lose a lot of nutrient solution. Could it be? It's fine if these two fellows just drink it, but there's no trace of it, yet they still poured it out. Yi Changqing thought of what he had seen in the past 2 days and was furious. He was both angry and amused at the same time. They poured out so much of it and usually drank it like water at home. Can you blame me for settling the score with them? These two fellows don't even drink water at home, they only drink nutrient solution. Yi Changqing had a headache. Wen Xingtian, on the other hand, had a Spartan look on his face. He really didn't have the face to argue for it. Yi Changqing snorted. What's the point of having so many credits? It's not like they're all used up. I'm already magnanimous enough to reserve the champion's position for him. Those star beasts of his don't count at all. Let him continue to earn. If he does, I'll continue to deduct. If he drinks more nutrient solution, deduct more. 100 times more. All right. When Sui Xiaoduo and Li Changlong arrived at the school, they were called into Wen Xingtian's office. Wen Xingtian was speechless. Teacher Wen, what's the matter? Isn't today the commendation ceremony? Sui Xiaoduo said excitedly. Commendation ceremony. Ha! Wen Xingtian looked at the two fellows who had a longing look on their faces and said sarcastically, the two of you still want to be commended. Sui Xiaoduo immediately sensed that something was wrong. His heart skipped a beat and he said, Teacher Wen, did Li Changlong get into trouble again? Li Changlong was speechless. How did I get into trouble again? You still have the cheek to say that. Wen Xingtian's face darkened. The two of you did it. The two of them were confused. Teacher Wen. Sui Xiaoduo smiled cautiously in an ingratiating manner. Ever since Swollen and I entered the school, we've always been humble, kind and honest, respectful to our teachers, united with our classmates, fought for justice, and fought against injustice. We're diligent, conscientious, and conscientious. We've never made any mistakes, nor did we break any laws. Shut up. Wen Xingtian snorted and suddenly asked, Is the nutrient solution good? Is it enough? It's okay. I don't dare to drink too much of that stuff. Sui Xiaoduo said casually, then immediately covered his mouth. Wen Xingtian stood up. Stand properly. Then, he pointed at them one by one. Drink it secretly. Drink it secretly. I'll let the two of you drink it secretly. One finger Sui Xiaoduo staggered. One finger Li Changlong staggered. Not only do you drink it secretly, but you also drink it and take it out. According to an insider, the two of you don't even drink water at home. You only drink this. You still want to be praised. What is there to praise the two of you for? When Xingtian pointed his finger at Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong, causing him to sway left and right. Both of them looked as if they had lost their souls. They regretted their past actions and were extremely dejected. Sure enough, something happened. But how did they find out? I didn't drink it when Teacher Wen was here. What's with the insider's news? Now, what else do you have to say? Wen Xingtian's eyes widened. Looking at these two fellows who were so close to each other, he almost couldn't hold back the strange laughter in his heart. Actually, we only drank a little. Zhuo Xiaoduo argued weakly. Yes, it really wasn't much. Li Chenglong whispered. Is that something for you to drink? Wen Xingtian roared. Cough. I thought it was quite clean at that time. I couldn't help it. Zhuo Xiaoduo continued to resist stubbornly. Yes. It was really tempting. I won't do it again. Li Chenglong hung his head dejectedly. It was indeed quite delicious, but it tasted good. Tasted good? Are you addicted to it? Li Chenglong. Wen Xingtian was furious. After that, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't drink it much, but you, Li Chenglong, went in every day. You went in several times a day, and it was all turbid. But you always drank less every time. How much can you drink? Isn't it disgusting? Li Chenglong blinked his eyes and was speechless. Say it. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Wen Xingtian pulled Li Chenglong's ear. I don't have any special thoughts. Swollen confessed dejectedly. I just feel that since I'm already so disgusted to drink. If I don't drink more, I'll be disgusted for nothing. It's already so dirty, why should I be afraid of one more turbid. Wen Xingtian almost cursed out loud. What a strange way of thinking. There was such a saying. Since it was already disgusting, why not drink more? What the hell was one more turbid? Go back. Immediately. Wen Xingtian said angrily, this is too bad. Because of this, although I won't cancel your first and second place titles, I definitely won't give you too many credits. If there's a next time, I'll give you all 0 credits. Go away. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong came out of Wen Xingtian's office with their faces covered in dirt. They looked at each other and sighed. Walking at night too often, we'll always bump into ghosts. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked a little further away and muttered in a low voice, this is really a ghost. But how did we get exposed? Who is the informant? Li Chenglong was dumbfounded. I can't figure it out either. Every time Teacher Wen went, we hid pretty well. There were so many people using it at the same time. It's impossible that it was only us. That's true. We must have been betrayed. But who betrayed us? There's a traitor among us. Yes. Oh right, Teacher Wen just said that he didn't drink water at home. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted. This means that we were exposed at home. Did the informant come to our house? Both of them were quick-witted. They deduced almost everything in an instant. Zhuo Xiaoduo gritted his teeth. That old bastard. I gave him so many high-quality jade of astral souls, but he turned around and sold me out. He even deducted my credits. All my good stuff was fed to the dogs. Li Chenglong coughed. That's the headmaster. Humph. He's heartless anyway. The more Zhuo Xiaoduo thought about it, the more he felt like he was at a loss. No, there must be a premeditated reason for deducting our credits. The so-called drinking of the energy fluid was just an excuse. Zhuo Xiaoduo gritted his teeth and said, even if this didn't happen, we still wouldn't be able to get so many credits. We can find any excuse. This group of old foxes, none of them are good. Yes. They're too insidious. Both of them discussed in low voices as they walked, gnashing their teeth. A person walked towards them. When he saw them, he was stunned. "Hello, headmaster." Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were dumbfounded. They almost peed on the spot. They turned around in a daze. Behind them, 2 meters away and 2 meters in the air, Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian stood there quietly. Their 4 eyes were staring at them indifferently. Looking for monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and subscriptions. Tomorrow is the first day of September. Looking for guaranteed monthly tickets. Chapter 460. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt terrible on the spot. Obviously, these 2 old fellows had been following behind the 2 of them all this time. They had no idea how long they had been following them. However, what was certain was that the 2 of them did not miss a single word of what they had just said. Everything was clearly heard by the 2 of them. Zhuo Xiaoduo instantly felt that his prostate was getting out of control. It was about to erupt, that he was really scared to the point of pissing his pants. When did these 2 people follow them? Why didn't they notice? Li Chenglong. Zhuo Xiaoduo gritted his teeth. "You tricked me." Li Chenglong wanted to cry but had no tears. "I'm suspecting that you tricked me. Why didn't you notice with your sharp spiritual sense?" Both of them were grief-stricken. With Wen Xingtian's and Yi Changqing's cultivation, it was too easy for Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong not to notice. Even if they were following them closely behind, they would never notice. But the 2 of them felt that the sky had turned dark. There was no sun in the dark. Yi Changqing revealed an amiable smile and said, "Just now, the 2 of you scolded me. I remember it clearly." Wen Xingtian bared his teeth. "Well, this old man is really too sinister. I actually eavesdropped on the students' conversation." Zhuo Xiaoduo's legs trembled. He stammered, "Principal, Teacher Wen, this is actually an illusion. It's all a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding. Yi Changqing walked away with his hands behind his back, leaving behind his laughter. Misunderstanding, well, misunderstanding. You have 4 years to explain this misunderstanding to me. Wen Xingtian walked away with his hands behind his back, leaving behind a string of laughter. Misunderstanding, well, misunderstanding. It's been a long time, a long time. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were in complete despair. They looked at each other, and from each other's eyes, they could see their own 4 years of dark days. Sigh, it's over, it's completely over. It's over. The commendation ceremony was held as scheduled. For a moment, all the teachers and students in the school focused their attention on the 2 champions of the freshman trial. Everyone felt a little strange. It was because the 2 of them looked as if they had lost their parents. They were like walking corpses as they accepted the commendation with lifeless eyes. They were supposed to be elated and high-spirited, but they didn't have the slightest bit of it. They were just like 2 empty shells. As the reward for being the champion and runner-up, the rewards of pills and whatnot were not deducted at all. Everything that should be given was given. But when it came to the final credit benefits. As the champion, Zhuo Xiaoduo received 22,222 credits, while Li Chenglong received 22,000 credits and Meng Zhongjun received 21,000 credits for 3rd place. The difference was actually so minuscule. This time, they didn't announce the exact number of star beasts they obtained. They only announced the academic credits. Many people who didn't know the truth were secretly discussing it. In this year's competition, the top 10 were almost evenly matched. Although the results of the top 3 were far better than their peers, it wasn't too outrageous. The headmaster personally presided over the ceremony. After that, he congratulated the top 10 students, especially the top 3, and gave out credits to all the freshmen. And the class with the most outstanding performance this time was Class 1. Out of the 36 people, 26 had entered the top 30. Of course, if the top 36 were to be ranked, 32 people from Class 1 had entered the top 30. Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong, who withdrew midway, fell below the 90s. Everyone was jubilant. Then, everyone had the same doubts. What was wrong with the champion and runner-up today? Why didn't they have the high-spirited spirit that the champion and runner-up should have? They were like two withered radishes. Or rather, they were like frightened quails that when they received the award, they smiled at the principal in a flattering manner and wagged their tails to please him. They were simply flattering and annoying. The ceremony ended. The storm that Sua Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong expected did not come. It was as if all the karma had been cleared. The two of them held the award and scratched their heads. They felt that their brains were not enough. It's over just like that. Sua Xiaoduo was confused. Yeah, it's over just like that. Li Chenglong also felt incredulous. He couldn't understand. They had clearly raised the big board. Why did it not fall when it was waved at them? Swollen, something's not right. Sua Xiaoduo pondered. I keep feeling that we've been cheated. Li Chenglong blinked his eyes. I have a similar feeling too. The two of them stood still and stared at each other for a long time. Finally, we must have been cheated. Sua Xiaoduo paced around for a long time and finally gritted his teeth and cursed, these two old foxes. They're just toying with us. What do you mean? It must be because of the credits. Sua Xiaoduo sighed. It's not a big deal for us to drink a few mouthfuls of the nutrient solution. It's fine if we're found out. There's no written rule that prohibits us from drinking the nutrient solution. If we're found out, at most we'll be warned not to drink it in the future. But credits, we shouldn't have gotten so few. And you shouldn't have gotten so few credits either. You definitely have more than 100,000 credits. My star beasts should have gotten more than 400,000 credits to be reasonable. These old foxes are obviously afraid that we won't work hard to cultivate or participate in the trial with so many credits. They deliberately used the nutrient solution to suppress us. Then we accepted the award and this matter was over. Because we didn't shout it out on the spot, we'll definitely suffer in silence. Damn, in order to suppress us, even Meng Zhangjuan's credits were cheated. Sua Xiaoduo instantly understood the whole story. He stomped his feet and sighed. Cheating, really cheating. They cheated me of 400,000 credits without even blinking an eye. And they scared me so much that I became a coward for a whole day. Even after 400,000 credits were deducted, I still had to flatter them. Sua Xiaoduo was speechless. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. I'm self-proclaimed to be an old silver coin who's good at accumulating money, but I didn't even realize that I was being played in the palm of their hand. Li Chenglong was still somewhat puzzled. I still only understand half of it. Sua Xiaoduo sighed. With your IQ, it's good enough that you can understand half of it. As for the rest, you can slowly figure it out by yourself. Sigh. There's still a long way to go. The two of them sighed along the way and left. In the distance behind them, Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian looked at each other and smiled. I didn't expect that we could only scare him for less than half a day. Wen Xingtian looked regretful. Obviously, he still wanted to continue. Just now, when these two fellows were trembling in fear and trepidation, they were simply too adorable. Especially when they were looking at him with a fawning expression, when Xingtian only felt that he had reached the heavens. He did not expect that he would wake up so quickly. You should be content. Yi Chongqing also smiled very comfortably and said, they didn't suffer any losses, so they naturally understand. They obviously lost so many credits. When Xingtian only said half of it before he came to his senses. Indeed, they didn't lose anything. I was wrong. Yi Chongqing laughed. It was wrong to say that they didn't lose anything. Sui Xiao Duo lost hundreds of thousands of credits. But it was true that hundreds of thousands of credits might not be of much use to Sui Xiao Duo, because 20,000 credits were enough for him to use for quite a while. Based on Sui Xiaoduo's performance, there would be a lot of missions and a lot of credits in the future. Nothing would be delayed. If he only focused on the huge amount of credits this time, he might slack off. It was just that he didn't know whether Principal Ye's thoughts were well-intentioned or something else. For example, that so-called acting and establishing thing was not very suitable either. After the awards ceremony, none of the students in Class 1 dared to talk to Sui Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. First of all, these two people were now surrounded by negative emotions. It was common knowledge that if they went up to talk to them, they would probably be scolded. If they were angered, it would be asking for trouble. Second of all, during this period of time, the students divided into groups to find trouble, tormenting each other until they were exhausted. Now, they would sleep with one eye open, fearing that they would be attacked at any time. What's more, there were already people carrying a big basin of male students' underwear and smelly socks to occupy a spot by the pool. It was very sad and embarrassing. But if you agree to bet, you have to admit defeat. You have to admit that you are not as good as others. It was almost lunchtime, and there was only a little time left. Everyone was discussing martial arts theories, exchanging what they didn't understand, what they weren't good at, what they hadn't figured out or even mastered. Anyway, this little time was definitely not enough for sparring. I was attacked 3 times last night. Damn, it's too cruel. I was completely frightened. If there was any movement, I would immediately get up and look around in panic. Don't mention it. It was not easy for me to calm down in the latter half of the night. Hao Han on the upper bunk let out a fart and woke me up. I couldn't sleep for a long time. Fuck. Be content. You were woken up because there was movement. But what about me? Everyone is breathing softly in their sleep, but to me, it sounds like someone is lying in ambush behind me, ready to attack me. Being paranoid isn't enough to describe it. This is very sad. I talked to my elder brother at the front line of the Sun-Moon Pass about this. He said that our level is far from enough. At the very least, we have to use weapons to stab people several times to pass the first level. Brilliant idea. Just as everyone was discussing, someone suddenly commented. And this comment came from behind, not from the people who participated in the discussion. Everyone turned their heads to look, and their faces immediately turned pale. The one who spoke was Wen Xingtian, and he had a pensive look on his face. That's right. If the knife doesn't stab the flesh, you won't experience the feeling of death. He muttered to himself, and frowned as he pondered. Meng Zhongjun, Hao Han, Pai Yi Bao, and the others who were discussing looked at each other, and everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. Then, 4 or 5 people broke down, grabbed Hao Han, and beat him up. What the fuck are you talking about? This is great. It's even worse. We have to start using the knife. Chapter 461. Meng Zhongjun and the others were really on the verge of breaking down. Whenever they thought about it, they would feel as if a cold knife had pierced their flesh while they were sleeping in their warm beds. They did not have to experience it personally. Just thinking about it made them shiver and shudder. It felt so good. How Han was dumbfounded. When did Teacher Wen come? What did I say just now? It's over. You'll be taught a lesson by the whole class. Stupid. Meng Zhangjun kicked Hao Han's butt. I'll definitely beat you into a man. When Xingtian walked dozens of meters and saw Sui Xiao Duo walking toward him. Teacher Wen, I've thought about it for a long time. I still want to apologize to you. I was wrong. Sui Xiao Duo looked pitiful. Pfft, ha ha ha. This sentence was heard by many students. They could not help but laugh out loud. Then, they covered their mouths, turned around, and ran away. When Xingtian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't it already over? You're not afraid anymore. Why did you still do this? It's okay. It's good that you know you were wrong. I still want to apologize to you, Sui Xiao Duo said. No need. I have to apologize to you. Sui Xiaoduo's eyebrows moved, but his voice was very hurried. It was as if he was afraid that the head teacher would not accept his apology. No. When Xingtian was about to say no, but he saw Sui Xiaoduo's eyes at a glance. He quickly changed his words. I have to say, your mistake this time is really quite serious. How could you? Humph. I was wrong. Sui Xiao Duo lowered his head and followed Wen Xingtian step by step. I'm telling you, such a bad thing has not happened in Hidden Dragon High School for many years. Sigh, you child. Yes. Teacher Wen, you see. Their voices gradually faded as they walked toward Wen Xingtian's office. In Wen Xingtian's office. What is it? Wen Xingtian asked via voice transmission. Teacher Wen, please forgive me this once. I will write a self-reflection for you. Sui Xiao Duo pulled a long face and sounded like he was about to cry. He grabbed a piece of paper from the table and a pen and wrote on it, Vice Principal Xiang is plagued by bad luck. His head is shrouded in darkness. He should die tonight. If you want to write a reflection, then write it properly. Wen Xingtian said sternly, after you finish writing, remember to read it in class tomorrow morning. Then, he transmitted his voice, write down the details of the situation clearly. It should be an external force. It's hard to defend yourself. Villains are causing mischief and setting up a trap to frame you. Wen Xingtian frowned. So fast. We must have a way to deal with it. Otherwise, with Vice President Xiang's temperament, it is very likely that the situation will develop into an irreparable situation. You can do this and this and this and this. Sui Xiao Duo wrote. What else? Wen Xingtian asked. I've finished. That's all. Sui Xiao Duo looked obedient. Wen Xingtian flew into a rage. He grabbed the self-reflection and smashed it into pieces. He said furiously, what are you writing? Is this the attitude of an apology? Go home and rewrite it. If you can't do it tomorrow, continue to rewrite until I'm satisfied. With a loud bang, Sui Xiao Duo was sent flying by Wen Xingtian's kick. He rolled twice on the ground and scrambled to escape. Wen Xingtian stood at the door, his anger still lingering. Minister Wen, it's rare to see you so angry. Vice President Wu walked over from the office next door and said with a smile. This little naughty monkey. Is really. Wen Xingtian was panting with anger. He suddenly realized and said lightly, Vice President Wu, why are you so free today to chat with me? Ha! I don't have time to chat. He turned around and walked away, leaving behind a sentence, if I don't teach students for a day, my salary will be gone. I'm not like some leaders who don't teach classes every day. Just by being a principal, they can get a high salary and bonus. They can get a promotion just by dropping their buttocks. Hee hee, hee hee. Wen Xingtian left without any politeness. Vice President Wu just looked at Wen Xingtian's figure fading away. His face was still calm, but deep in his eyes, there was a coldness like that of a poisonous snake. Wen Xingtian was also a nail that must be removed. The afternoon classes were very peaceful. Only Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong received special treatment from Wen Xingtian. They were beaten to the point that they could not take care of themselves. Finally, after school, Zhou Xiaoduo held his but that was almost beaten into 36 pieces, and Li Chenglong held his face that was as swollen as a wash basin that they went home in a sorry state. The nourishment chamber of Hidden Dragon High School was not open to these two guys. Fortunately, the time limit was only 1 week. And what made Zhou Xiaoduo feel the most relieved was that the Annihilation Tower was back. If he was beaten, then so be it. He was already used to being beaten by the teacher. Previously, it was Qin Fangyang, now it was Wen Xingtian. The difference was that Wen Xingtian's net worth was much more than Qin Fangyang's. According to his own information, it was quite terrifying. He welcomed the challenge. If the challenge was successful, he could take it all away. Although Wen Xingtian's strength was a little high, yes, it was a little high, but people always had some ideas. What if he succeeded? Master Zhuo's recent goal was to defeat Qin Fangyang and defeat Wen Xingtian. He would repeat this sentence several times every night. Every time, he would imagine himself beating Qin Fangyang to the ground and then laughing to the sky. Teacher Qin, ha ha ha, you didn't expect this day, right? Oh ho ho. Or he would beat Wen Xingtian to the ground, put his hands on his waist and shake his head. Teacher Wen, how does it feel to be defeated by your own student? Ha 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 ha. Every time he thought of these two scenes, Zhou Xiaoduo's blood would boil and his whole body would be full of energy. Of course, there was also the last great goal. The scene was, he would grab Yi Changqing's hair and lift him up from the ground, asking fiercely, old thing, when you deducted 400,000 credits from me, you didn't expect this day, did you? Oh ho 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 ho. Zhou Xiaoduo squinted his eyes and sat on the sofa with a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. His eyes were constantly changing as he laughed, and his shoulders were shaking with arrogance. Oh, hi. He was addicted to the illusion and couldn't extricate himself. Li Chenglong shivered all over. He tiptoed back to his room and locked the door. Zhou had gone crazy that I have to hide far away, the students had all left. Xiang Guangren also strode out of the office and headed outside. Where are you going? Wen Xingtian stopped him. Do you still remember Big Head Lei from back then? This bastard is back, but he's only staying in Fenghai for 2 days. Isn't he asking me out for a drink? Xiang Guangren was very impatient. Are you going? Why don't we go together? Big Head Lei. Wen Xingtian narrowed his eyes. Didn't your brother go to Shangjing? Why is he back now? Do you know what he was doing in Shangjing during this time? He looked for you as soon as he came back. You haven't contacted each other for so many years. Why is he looking for you to drink? Xiang Guangren was very impatient. What's wrong with drinking? Just tell me if you're going or not. If you're going, let's go together. If not, hurry up and leave. Don't waste my time. My time is very precious now. Why do I remember that you guys fought a war in the past? When did your relationship become so good? Wen Xingtian was suspicious. Bullshit, do you think we haven't fought a lot? If we can't drink after fighting a war, I might have to find ordinary people who have never cultivated to drink. We're all men, and we've known each other for over 100 years. Who cares about the battles we fought in the past? A friendship that has fought together is real. Fuck, fighting together means fighting side by side against the enemy, not fighting each other, right? Wait a minute. When Xingtian frowned, I'm just going out, so I'll go with you. Where are you drinking? First grade firmament. After returning home, Zhou Xiaoduo and Xiang Kuangren checked their injuries and sat in front of the computer again. Well, mainly because Zhou Xiaoduo was dazzled by Li Chenglong's dazzling operation. The series, The Sword King's Life is So Boring, was getting more and more popular on the internet. It was so popular that all kinds of emoticons related to the Sword King were flying everywhere. On the other hand, the series, Leader in High Martial Arts, was also popular all the way and seemed to be catching up. When the young men of the Wu and Gao families were bored, they would come over to chat with Zhou Xiaoduo. Every one of them had a friendly expression on their faces. Sometimes, the girls from the two families would come over with their older brothers and younger brothers. They would purse their lips and smile at the side. However, the trend on the internet was gradually changing. Gradually, there were people who started to cause trouble and say strange things. A Xiao Xiantian martial artist actually has such a big name on the internet. Those who don't know would think that he's a master. Isn't that so? A mere Xiantian martial artist can cause such a big commotion. Hee hee. I really feel sad for this society. Are geniuses so popular? Are they so awesome just because they have beautiful women to support them? The Sun-Moon Pass has been fighting for tens of thousands of years. Why doesn't such a genius put in some effort? It turns out that he can have more fans than the most popular celebrities just by studying in high martial arts. He just participated in a competition and won the championship. I'm so awesome. His pretentiousness has reached the sky. So what if he's awesome? Has he made even the slightest contribution to society? There were more and more such comments, and they were in the ascendant. When the disciples of the Iron God sect and the supporters of the Sword King heard such comments, they almost immediately started to argue with these people. Smoke of war was everywhere on the internet. However, the other party was obviously organized. They started to list the heroic deeds and then compared them. It was very effective. With righteousness and reason as the premise, they suppressed the disciples of the Iron God sect until they couldn't breathe. What right does he have to be loved and respected by everyone if he hasn't made any contributions? At the same time, some posts about the deeds of the Hidden Dragon high martial arts students were naturally inserted into the topic. This is the person who deserves our respect the most. A Hidden Dragon student is actually better than the seniors who founded Hidden Dragon. He. The atmosphere suddenly changed. Chapter 462. There were more than 10 seniors who had founded the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School. Their life histories, who were the students under each of them, how many of them had shaken the world in the end, how many had died at the Sun-Moon Pass, and how many had become monuments. The glorious deeds of their lives. Slowly, one by one, they were all displayed in front of the world. Among them, there were those who sacrificed themselves heroically to fight against 10,000, there were also those who went back and forth from piles of corpses hundreds of times without regret, there were also those who sacrificed themselves to protect their comrades, and there were also those who resolutely chose to die in front of the pass for the human defense line despite knowing that they would die. Which one of these martyrs is less worthy of praise than your Sword King sect's leader? Bah, the two can't be compared at all. Rashly comparing them is blasphemy and disrespect to these heroes. Slowly, the Iron God sect began to retreat. Many of the Sword King supporters also rebelled and stood in the other party's position to think about the problem. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong watched this scene and looked at each other with wonderful expressions. Zhua, if I'm not wrong, this should be done by our people. Taking advantage of the situation, borrowing the chicken to lay the eggs. Li Chenglong slowly turned his head and looked at Sua Xiaoduo with an indescribably strange expression on his face. Sua Xiaoduo's face was full of Sparta. What the hell? The first task we gave them actually started by scolding ourselves. Fuck, whose idea was this? What kind of magical brain circuit is this? Li Chenglong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. And I have to give them bonuses. This is worse than lifting a rock and dropping it on our own feet. Sua Xiaoduo was also dumbfounded. This is not the worst. Maybe we have to praise them for scolding us well and doing a good job. Li Chenglong murmured. For a moment, the two of them looked at each other and felt that there was nothing more wonderful than this. It was difficult to describe in words, and so on. But speaking of the really strong combat strength. Li Chenglong wiped his sweat. I'm about to be scolded. I know there's a reason for this, and it's the result I want. But the process. I've already been scolded. This is what it means to be condemned by 1,000 people. Sua Xiaoduo grinned. It feels so good. What should we do now? Li Chenglong scratched his head. What else can we do? You already said it's the process, and you're still asking me how. Sua Xiaoduo glared and said, of course we have to continue. Continue to scold them. Scold them as much as you can. Scold Sua Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong to death. Scold these two bastards to death. Make them repent, make them apologize, and make them pay the price. What? Sua Xiaoduo snorted and said, the posts about the hierarch and the Sword King were not made by us from the beginning to the end. Moreover, judging from these clues, it should be the Wu family and the Gao family who did it. Water has its source, tree has its roots, and karma runs its own course. Whether or not he has ulterior motives, we don't know, and we don't care. However, we can take this opportunity to completely mess up this matter. It might not be a bad thing. As for being scolded, as long as we don't look at the computer, it doesn't matter if the world is turned upside down. Besides, it doesn't involve personal attacks, so it's not worth mentioning. Sua Xiaoduo didn't care. It's not a big deal. Okay then. That night, Gu Qi received a message from the big boss. Well done. Of course, Manager Gu didn't know how much the big boss gritted his teeth when he typed these words. These words made Manager Gu's spirits rise. It seemed that the big boss was also paying attention to the movements on the internet. This was the big boss's affirmation. Suddenly, the whole company felt that they had found the right direction. A shifty-eyed guy said proudly, I told you that we should start with the Sword King and the Hierarch, right? If you want to promote something, remember this. First, start a fight, then set the pace. Once the fight starts, as long as we guide the direction of public opinion, we can do anything. Moreover, all the information on our side and all the people are full of positive energy. We naturally have justice and justice. Who wants to fight with us? There's no chance. Especially since those two kids are still hidden dragon students. They have a natural weakness and are destined to be unable to turn the tables. I pity those two kids. They're so young, yet they have to bear such groundless accusations. Well, they deserve it. What should we do next? Next, we'll continue to scold the Sword King and continue to trample on the Hierarch. Then, we'll draw the attention to the celebrities and idols at the right time. Create a few misunderstandings, that is. We're actually fans of some celebrities with high popularity. Then, we can't stand that an ordinary student has more popularity than a celebrity. This will be enough to start a new wave of fighting and keep the topic hot. When the conflict between the two sides is about to end, it'll be time for us to enter the battle. First, we'll refute the rumors and absorb a wave of combat power from both sides at the same time. After that, we'll naturally push the boat along with the current and make it logical. In this way, our combat power can be multiplied. We'll continue to collect stories that can move people to tears, shake their spirits, and shock their souls. When the time comes, we'll bombard them and stir up the atmosphere even more. Then, we'll focus on how the seniors of the past protected the ordinary people of the continent. At this stage, these seniors don't have to be limited to the hidden dragon martial arts seniors. Otherwise, it'll be easy to leave traces. We'll try our best to make the internet as united as possible in this first stage. Let everyone feel grateful. Also, from now on, we can advertise under every article and charge for it. This is the main source of the company's profits. If the company doesn't make money, what's the point? These will naturally be handled by the public relations department. For the first wave of advertisements, I suggest we advertise fitness equipment and weapons manufacturers. To strengthen the entire human community. So on and so on. Brilliant plan, too brilliant for words. It had to be said. The company that Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong started up was really full of talents. Before they started, there were already people looking for sponsors everywhere. Staff going on business trips, accommodation, all of these required money, right? And you have the nerve to not sponsor these things. Benefits? Nonsense, why would you sponsor if there were no benefits? You could get now, all kinds of advertising fees were flying high. When the major platforms and major websites went to discuss about entering the company, they went to discuss carefully. In the end, the other side agreed very quickly. Just come. There's no handling fee, no fees. As long as you earn, it's all yours. The sooner the better. It was as if they were begging Zhou Shuai's people to enter their website portal and post something. Unexpectedly, the entire website cooperated vigorously. The banner was pulled up and there was a wave of overwhelming publicity. With such a rhythm, not to mention Zhou Shuai's general manager Gu Qi, even these veteran trolls were enjoying such a high standard of treatment for the first time in their lives. In the current online economy, channels were king. For many channel merchants, if they wanted to enter to do something, the channel fee would be 70% to 80% of your gross profit. Unlike now, they could enter directly without spending a single cent. After entering, they were treated like VIPs. All kinds of promotions were thrown at them. An article could instantly get hundreds of millions of hits. This was more than just awesome, it was simply awesome. Everyone was investigating Zhou Shuai Film and Media Entertainment Company, but after investigating, the identity, background, origin, and story were all very ordinary. There was nothing worthy of attention at all. However, how could such a grassroots company be so successful? Countless companies in the industry all focused their attention on this new company that had been reorganized. In just one night, it rolled down from the highest mountain like a snowball rolling down from the highest mountain, gradually forming a momentum like a landslide or a tsunami. Obviously, all the processes fell into the eyes of everyone, but it became more and more incomprehensible. This world. Isn't it changing too quickly? On this night, Zhou Xiaoduo was compressing spirit energy for the 16th time, Li Chenglong was successfully suppressing it for the 5th time, and Yi Changqing was once again secretly guarding. The students of Class 1 were still attacking and scheming against each other. No matter how one looked at it, it was a very normal and ordinary night. However, on this night, at around 1:00 in the morning, when Vice Principal Gao was on duty in the office, he was attacked and was seriously injured. He managed to save his life, but he was unconscious and had lost his mind. During the battle, Vice Principal Gao roared in grief and indignation, "My face changed. When did my face change? Xiang Quangren, don't you go too far. Why should I explain to you?" Xiang Kuangren. What do you want? Xiang Kuangren, you. You actually dare to do such a vicious thing. Vice Principal Gao was roaring, and there was also a domineering voice shouting at the top of his voice. Silver dragons circled and danced in the air. Two masters, each using their full strength, risking their lives to kill each other. The atmosphere of the battle was so intense that the whole campus could hear it. In the end, Vice Principal Wu arrived and shouted, "Stop." As he spoke, he rushed forward to help and separated the two. Unfortunately, Vice Principal Gao was already seriously injured and bathed in blood. If not for his last breath, he would be no different from a dead man. A burly figure opposite him disappeared in a flash without a word. "Don't go. Old Xiang, is that you?" Vice Principal Wu's shout shook the night sky. The other party did not answer, as if he did not hear it at all. At this moment, Vice Principal Gao, who was attacked, was in a deep coma due to his serious injuries. He had lost his mind, and the injuries he suffered were real and not fake at all. At 4:00 in the morning, all the higher-ups of Hidden Dragon High School gathered together and started a discussion about the attack. Vice Principal Wu was the first to speak. He pointed at Xiang Kuangren and said, "I want to ask Vice Principal Xiang, what do you want? What do you want to do? How did Vice Principal Gao offend you? Do you have to be so heavy-handed? What deep hatred do you have for him to be so ruthless?" Chapter 463. On the other side, Vice Principal Wei added coldly, "I heard what Vice Principal Xiang said when we arrested and interrogated the Dao League that day. When Vice Principal Gao's face changed, that means he's guilty, right? But I don't know what Vice Principal Xiang found out." Xiang Kuangren was furious and slammed the table. "What do you mean? Are you trying to pin the blame on me? Let me tell you, I didn't do it." "Ha!" The vice principals chuckled together, their eyes cold. "Vice Principal Yi, you're the principal of the school. Please give us an explanation." Yi Chongqing rubbed the space between his eyebrows. His face was pale with exhaustion, and there was a faint blush on his face. It was obvious that the injury to his heart meridian had become more and more serious after this period of torment. When Xingtian stood up and said coldly, "Vice Principal Wu, I'm getting more and more confused. Let's not talk about why Vice Principal Yi is giving you an explanation. Let's talk about the incident itself. I only have one question. What evidence do you have to say that Vice Principal Xiang did it? Who didn't hear the commotion that night?" Vice Principal Gao called out Xiang Kuangren's name clearly. Is Vice Principal Gao using his old life to accuse Xiang Kuangren? Fuck your bullshit. What kind of evidence is that? When Xingtian scolded without any trace of politeness, then what if I go out tonight and shout, saying that you, Vice Principal Wu, beat me up? Will I be able to frame you, Vice Principal Wu? Do you think it's that easy to frame someone? When Xingtian said sternly, "What I want now is evidence. Witnesses, material evidence, and conclusive evidence. Do you have it? If you can't, then get the fuck out of here. If anyone delays Vice Principal's recovery, I'll be the first to punish them." When Xingtian, how can you say that? Who do you think you're talking to? What? I can't speak. I don't like it. Are you going to shout tonight and get beaten up by me, Wen Xingtian? When Xingtian sneered, "Let me tell you, none of my subordinates have ever survived. If you're willing to give it a try, I don't mind at all. I didn't see all of you gathered together when I was doing something serious. Apart from this kind of dirty business, all of you are quite proactive. Everyone knows what's going on. Don't think that your little tricks will have any effect. A bunch of lazy bastards who can't even make it to the main table. Apart from making groundless accusations and framing, what else can you do? Can't you be a little more mature? In any case, all of you are part of the upper echelons of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School. Can't you be a little more upper class? When Xingtian's voice became more and more severe, almost to the point of cursing. Xiang Kuangren has done such a thing. Can't we talk about it? Vice Principal Wu said. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Show me the evidence. When Xingtian slammed the table. What are you shouting for? Where's the evidence? This is a society that relies on evidence. Without conclusive evidence, Vice Principal Wu, believe it or not, I'll sue you for slander. What does this have to do with you, Wen Xingtian? Vice Principal Wu was furious. I'm asking about Xiang Kuangren. Can you represent him? Bullshit, what does it have to do with you that Gao Zhiyun was attacked? Do I need you to jump out and shout? Can you represent Gao Zhiyun? When Xingtian slammed the table. Why did you come out? Why did I come out? I'm just asking you, are you convinced? If you're not, then come out. I'll teach you. Silence, all of you, silence. Yi Chongqing slapped the table and spoke with difficulty. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood onto a white handkerchief. After spitting out this mouthful of blood, his spirit was lifted, and his aura suppressed everyone. However, everyone knew very well that Yi Chongqing's old injury was in his heart meridian. Spitting out a mouthful of blood could relieve some of the pain, but the deeper consequence was that the injury to his heart meridian was even more serious. It could be said to be the most extreme behavior of drinking poison to quench one's thirst. Vice Principal. When Xingtian was shocked. I'm fine. Yi Chongqing's face recovered its color. He smiled faintly and said, I'll say a few words about the attack on Vice Principal Gao. Everyone sat up straight and waited for Yi Chongqing to continue. I'm very sad that Vice Principal Gao was attacked. As the Vice Principal of Hidden Dragon High School, it's like a curse that brings bad luck one after another. It's unexpected. Yi Chongqing said, but whether Vice Principal Xiang did it or not, this matter still needs to be investigated. Because Vice Principal Xiang came to me when the attack just happened. At that time, Vice Principal Xiang told me very clearly that he didn't do it. So now the problem is. Vice Principal Gao said that Vice Principal Xiang did it, but Vice Principal Xiang insisted that he didn't do it. This is actually a very clear and simple problem. As the saying goes, catch adulterers in the act, catch the thief with the stolen goods. You said he did it, so you should show evidence. On the other hand, Vice Principal Xiang said you didn't do it, so please show evidence. Empty words have no basis and are not accepted. It's the same for both of us. Whether it's a witness or a physical evidence, it's only credible when there's evidence. I wonder if anyone has any objections to my statement? Yi Chongqing coughed with difficulty and said, this matter has to be fair and just. Neither side has anything to say. Naturally, the truth will come to light and the truth will be revealed. Vice Principal Wu showed a smile on his face and said, in other words, we'll judge whether it's true or not based on evidence. Yi Chongqing said lightly, that's right. It's a dispute over evidence. Then, although Vice Principal Gao is unconscious, he clearly called out Vice Principal Xiang's name during the fierce battle. This should count as a witness and evidence. On the other hand, Vice Principal Xiang, if you insist that it's not you, then please show evidence of your alibi first, Vice Principal Wu said. Xiang Kuangren's curly beard was trembling with anger. What kind of evidence is that? He can accuse me just by opening his mouth. Didn't I say anything? Now I'm saying that I did something wrong when I was drunk. So I'm your father, and I'm your father. Xiang Kuangren. Vice Principal Wu was furious. What's the reason for this? This is what I said. Many people heard it. Do you admit it? Xiang Quangren snorted and said, based on his words, others heard it, and it's evidence. What kind of nonsense is this? Old Gao is still unconscious, but many people heard what he said. This is an indisputable fact. It's also a fact that he's seriously injured. Of course, if you can wake him up, he can take it first. Vice Principal Wu said lightly, I think, even if Vice Principal Xiang is powerful, the traces left by the Conqueror halberd can't be completely removed in a short time. When Xingtian said lightly, Vice Principal Wu, be careful with your words. How dare you say that the injuries were caused by the Conqueror halberd? Vice Principal Wu sneered and said, the Conqueror halberd's 8 Desolates night battle is incomparably overbearing. The traces left by it are very different from other attacks. Even if the weapon is changed to an axe, can't you find it at all? Is it so easy to fake the Conqueror's Heart Sutra? When Xingtian narrowed his eyes and said, an axe is an axe. Leaving such traces behind. None of us are martial arts beginners. If it's intentional, there's no move that can't be imitated. If you say that again, it's meaningless. Evidence is evidence. Don't talk about the Conqueror halberd or Conqueror axe. It's a joke. When Xingtian. Vice Principal Wu slammed the table and stood up, what do you mean? Xiang Quangren is dragging on without evidence to prove his innocence. Instead, you, Wen Xingtian, are jumping out again and again to pester endlessly. I know you're sworn brothers, but this is Hidden Dragon High School. It's not a place for you to form cliques. Yi Changqing coughed and picked up the teacup to drink. His eyes glanced coldly at Vice Principal Wu from behind the teacup. You're implying something, old man. Vice Principal Wei coughed and tried to smooth things over. Vice Principal Xiang, since you said you didn't do it, then please take out the evidence. As long as your evidence is credible, everyone will have nothing to say. There's no need to be so angry and argue endlessly. Everyone, calm down. Xiang Quangren snorted and said, Wei Shaoqing, don't gloat. You're not a good person either. He shouted, don't you want evidence? I have it. As he spoke, he strode out and shouted, Old Lei. Big Head, come here. In the room, Vice Principal Wei, Vice Principal Wu, and Vice Principal Lu all revealed traces of mockery in their eyes. However, everyone was careful not to reveal any traces. They lowered their heads and covered their eyes. Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, and the others could not see anything. As everyone waited, 2 large men stepped in. The 2 men looked almost identical, as if they were twins. However, if one looked closely, one could still tell that one was older and the other younger. These 2 should be father and son, not brothers. Big Head came back from Shangjing last night, and the 2 of them drank with me. We were supposed to go to Rank 1 Firmament, but Big Head booked the Supreme Hotel, so we went there. Xiang Quangren said loudly, Big Head and his father are my witnesses. The owner of the Supreme Hotel is also my witness. We drank until 2 in the morning. The 3 of us drank 17 jars of drunken Big Dipper. And at that time, the one with the surname Gao had already been beaten into a nourishment chamber. Do you have all these witnesses and evidence? Xiang Quangren laughed. Yi Changqing and the others turned their heads and looked at the father and son. Big Head Lei smiled and cupped his hands, saying, We're all acquaintances. After I left Fenghai, I spent most of my time in Shangjing. Now, I'm working at Shangjing's Yunduan High Martial Arts Academy. Although I'm not involved in teaching and am only a logistics staff, I'm still an employee of Yunduan High Martial Arts Academy. No one has any objections to this, right? When Xingtian said lightly, Go on. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. It's the first day of September. Everyone, please give me a few as a guarantee. And recommendation tickets, there are so few of them these days. Do you have someone outside? Chapter 464. Big Head Leif smiled and said, "What I mean is, I'll be the witness. Everyone should believe me, right?" Vice Principal Woot smiled and said, "Brother Lei, we're all old friends. There's no need to beat around the bush. Let's clear things up quickly. Naturally, everyone would trust your words." Ha ha. Big Head Lei laughed and said, "Last night, I did invite Brother Xiang to drink at the Supreme Hotel. Just the three of us, me, my son, and Brother Xiang. The three of us." Everyone sat still. Xiang Quangren's eyes lit up and he laughed. "How is it, Wu? What else do you have to say?" Vice Principal Wu said lightly, "Why are you in such a hurry?" "I haven't finished asking yet. Brother Lei, may I ask, what time did you guys drink until?" Big Head Lei said straightforwardly, "We drank until 11 o'clock at night. This drinking was really satisfying." Vice Principal Wu and Vice Principal Wei both laughed coldly. Vice Principal Gao was attacked at 1 o'clock at night. Then, after Xiang Quangren finished drinking at 11 o'clock at night, no one could testify. Xiang Quangren's burly body suddenly stiffened. He slowly turned his head and looked at Big Head Lei in disbelief. Vice Principal Wu had already followed up and asked, "What time did you drink until?" "I didn't hear you clearly." 11 o'clock. Big Head Lei looked confused. "Why, can I lie at this time? Last night, we drank for more than 4 hours. Brother Xiang's alcohol tolerance is really..." Xiang Quangren opened his eyes and looked at his old friend in disbelief. "Old Lei, what time did you say?" 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock. Didn't you say that Feng Hai is unstable now and there are too many things to do and you need to go back early?" Big Head Lei looked confused. "What's wrong, old Xiang?" "You?" Xiang Quangren nodded dejectedly. "Ha ha ha. Big Head Lei. 300 years of friendship, I thought it was 300 years of friendship. Just because of your 2 words, it's broken. I'm really interested to know, what benefits did you get? That's why I said that." Big Head Lei was stunned and suddenly flew into a rage. "Old Xiang, what do you mean? I'm here to testify for you out of goodwill." "You are testifying for me?" Xiang Quangren narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "I'll ask you one last time. How long are we going to drink?" Big Head Lei slammed the table and roared, "Even if you ask me 100 times, it's still 11 o'clock. He he he." Xiang Quangren laughed bitterly as if his heart and liver were about to explode. Good, good, good. Today, I've finally seen what a friend is." Vice Principal Wu and the others sneered, "Xiang Quangren, what's the use of pretending? The truth is right there, what else do you have to deny?" Xiang Quangren threw his head back and laughed maniacally. "There are so many things I can deny. Someone, bring me the projector." A loud shout. Then, Xiang Quangren took out a small shao from his pocket that it was actually a pocket-sized disc. "Do you really think that I've been cooped up at home for 20 years for nothing? I also know about high-tech. My real evidence is right here." Xiang Quangren sneered and quickly connected to the projector. "Old Xiang, what do you mean?" Big Head Lei's expression changed. "Fuck off." Xiang Quangren gritted his teeth and scolded, "Who do you think you are? How dare you call me old Xiang? Open your dog eyes wide and look. What is this?" The image on the projector was the entrance of the Supreme Hotel. The 2 of them stood with their hands behind their backs. Xiang Quangren strode over from afar and laughed, "Big Head, you actually came back to find me. At least you still have some conscience. Then, the three of them laughed and entered the hotel together. The image stopped at the clock in the hotel lobby, 6:47 in the evening. Big Head lay, open your eyes wide and look carefully. Is this the same situation as yesterday afternoon when we just met? Xiang Quangren's face was ferocious. If you want to continue denying it, it's fine. There are a few acquaintances at the door. I believe they should remember what happened last night, right? Do you want me to call them over? Big Head Lay's face was pale and his eyes were filled with panic. Vice Principal Wu's expression changed and he said angrily, Xiang Quangren, what are you playing at? What am I playing at? Don't worry, just look at it. You'll know once you see it. Xiang Quangren sneered and then fast-forwarded. The image changed to the hotel room. The most eye-catching thing was that the image was still facing the clock on the wall. Instead, it was showing the three of them drinking and chatting. The angle was a little bad, but it was clear enough. At this time, Xiang Quangren said, it's already 11:20 in the blink of an eye. Happy times really pass quickly. Ha ha ha, I haven't drunk enough yet. Big Head Lay laughed. If you haven't drunk enough, then continue drinking. Why do you care what time it is? Old Xiang, didn't you ask for leave? Ha, I don't believe you need to ask for leave to drink with me. Xiang Quangren laughed like thunder. Nonsense. Continue drinking. Drink until you're drunk, you must drink until you're drunk. Time passed little by little, and the atmosphere at the table became more and more lively. Xiang Quangren seemed to be drunk. He pointed at the clock on the wall and laughed. Why is this thing shaking? Am I drunk? What time is it? I said it's 1 o'clock. Am I right? Big Head Lay laughed. You're not drunk, old man. It's 1 o'clock. If you're not drunk, then continue drinking. Another hour passed. Xiang Quangren's eyes were blurred, and he nodded. What time is it now? Damn it, this clock doesn't seem right. It's 2:30 now, right? Yes. Big Head Lay said affirmatively, it's 2:30 now. Brother Xiang, let's finish 2 more jars. I don't know how you feel, but I've drunk enough. If I drink more, I'll really throw up. Okay. It wasn't until 3:20 p.m. that the drinking session was finally over. Xiang Quangren leaned on the chair in a daze and said, Brother Lay, today was really good. I'm good too. Big Head Lay laughed. Xiang Quangren pressed the pause button. The image stopped. He turned his head and looked at Big Head Lay with eagle-like eyes. Do you have anything to say now? Big Head Lay's face was as pale as paper. He said, everyone heard it. You're the one who's asking. I just played along with you. In fact, the clock in that room is broken. If you don't believe me, we can ask the owner and manager of the Supreme Hotel. Ask them to come and ask. Let them agree with you. Xiang Quangren laughed. A cold voice sounded at the door. There's no need to look for them. They've already gone to my place. Before the voice died away, a bald man stepped in. The man was tall and broad, with a square face and big ears. He looked dignified, but there was not a single hair on his bald head, which slightly reduced his overall image. However, his eyes were majestic, like cold lightning, looking disdainfully at everyone. The man was the director of Star Shield in the Central Plains, Jiang Wenzhou. Behind Director Jiang, there were 2 men in black, who were also wearing the uniform of Star Shield. After coming in, he first greeted Yi Chongqing, and then said, Hello, everyone. Today, I came here uninvited to testify for Vice President Xiang. Everyone should know me. Although my cultivation is shallow and can't reach the apex, there shouldn't be many people who don't know me in Fenghai City. I don't know if you believe what I said." He smiled faintly, and without waiting for everyone to answer, he said, "Last night, Vice President Xiang suddenly invited us to drink, but he didn't show up. He only booked a room for us and let us drink next to him. I just listened to him talk over there. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't beat him, I would have gone over to beat him. How can he treat us like this? He's just setting up a trap to ruin us." But as soon as he said this, the faces of Big Head Lei, Vice President Wu, Vice President Wei, and the others suddenly changed. Indeed, he was going to ruin someone, but he wasn't going to ruin you, Jiang Wenzhou. Last night, I was really interested in this pair of father and son. It was because of them that Vice President Xiang left us alone. How can I not take a good look? Then, I saw the two of them running out. One went out, and the other went out. Their behavior made me even more curious. Jiang Wenzhou stretched out his hand, and there was also a CD in his hand. I'm excited, so I simply made a video. Are you interested in watching it? Everyone's face darkened. When Xingtian laughed and said, "Since it's such a good show, of course we have to watch it." The projector started to work again. It was actually just a segment. Big Head Lei walked out of the room and hurried along the corridor to the toilet in the distance, pausing at the door of the toilet. Jiang Wenzhou said faintly, "This distinguished guest surnamed Lei, you have such a high-end private room. No matter what, there should be a toilet in the room. You actually have to go so far. Did you develop other habits after coming to Shangjing? I don't know what kind of rule this is, but I don't care." Then it paused and disappeared, and continued to play. Big Head Lei could be seen running in like a wisp of smoke. Then he used his hand to dig, and with a puff, he started to vomit. After vomiting, he wiped his face, then took out a bottle and took 2 pills. Then he unbuttoned his pants and peed. His spirit immediately became better, and he walked back. Everyone knows that this drunken Big Dipper, especially brewed for experts. If you drink enough, you can really get half-dead drunk. Even if you have profound Xian skills, you can't evaporate it or resist it. For ordinary people, this drunken Big Dipper is a strong poison. Once you drink it, you'll be drunk for the rest of your life. Jiang Wenzhou said faintly, but for the drunken Big Dipper, the research and development company also produced a special sobriety medicine. Yes, the one in Brother Lei's hand should be the one. But to be honest, the sales of this medicine are very small. After all, it's rare for a martial artist to get drunk when drinking, and it's even rarer to make us drunk. At least I can't imagine why Brother Lei would carry so many sobriety medicine with him. It's a spectacle. Chapter 465. The projection began to fast forward again. However, what was seen was still Big Head Lei and his son, running out as if changing shifts. One came out, the other came out. The angle of the video seemed to match the time. Even the wall clock in the corridor was not missed. Everything was recorded. This scene continued until 2:30. The father and son had each gone out twice. Xiang Quangren's laughter could be heard. Big Head Lei, your alcohol tolerance has improved. Ha ha ha. Finally, the camera panned to the room that Big Head Lei had entered. Then, it went to the room next door. There were 7 or 8 Star Shield experts in the room, all sitting upright as if they were watching a show. The dishes on the table were almost untouched. All of them just sat there with meaningful looks on their faces, as if they were watching a good show. Jiang Wenzhou laughed and said, "This is a good show, isn't it? But it hasn't reached the climax yet. Do you know what I found after that? All the surveillance equipment in the Supreme Hotel was broken at night. However, this is what we specialize in. After he finished speaking, he said lightly, I wonder if this can prove that Vice Principal Xiang is innocent. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian stood up at the same time and said gratefully, Thank you, Director Jiang. Jiang Wenzhou smiled lightly. You're welcome. It's my duty. Last night, I was able to watch such a big show and even participate in it. I was addicted to it, and it even lasted until now. All kinds of twists and schemes made me, a layman, extremely surprised. However, I was still very satisfied. It was an eye-opener, haha. On the other side, Big Head Lei and his son's faces were pale and their eyes were filled with panic. Xiang Quangren slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with pain and confusion. Big Head, I still want to ask you one question. Why? Big Head Lei's eyes were full of despair. His body swayed and he said bitterly, You saw it. Why else? Xiang Quangren said, But I want to know the reason. I want you to answer me personally. Big Head Lei's face was ashen. He said, Of course there is a reason, but it's too important. Old Xiang, you're destined to lose. At this moment, Yi Changqing let out a fierce roar and shot out explosively. Wen Xingtian also roared, Stop. However, the blood light instantly dispersed into a thick blood mist with a bang. Only an extremely shrill and miserable laugh could be heard, Old Xiang, I'm sorry. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Big Head Lei's palm smashed the head of his son who was right beside him into pieces. Immediately after, his own tall and sturdy body also softly fell to the ground. Dark red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he looked at Xiang Quangren with a sad smile in his eyes. I've harmed you today. My life is yours. His body softly fell to the ground, but the corner of his mouth still hung a strange smile. Before Big Head Lei fell, Wen Xingtian's lightning-fast hand had already pinched his chin. It's too late. Yi Changqing shook his head. The blood that kept flowing out of Big Head Lei's mouth had actually turned blue. He was no longer breathing and had died. It's orchid heart poison. Yi Changqing grunted and gritted his teeth. Not only the orchid heart poison, he also broke his own heart veins. Otherwise, with his cultivation, even if the orchid heart poison broke out, he would still be able to hold on for a while. Wen Xingtian sighed softly. All of you, get out of the way. Yi Changqing and Xiang Quangren both sighed a little. Big Head Lei was actually so resolute. The moment the matter was exposed, he was so resolute that he killed his own son. At the same time, he bit open the poison sac. Afraid that he would not die quickly, he even broke his own heart veins at the same time. The three of them looked at each other and felt a wave of palpitations in their hearts. What kind of organization, what kind of death warrior, what kind of scheme would be able to do this? With Big Head Lei's death, the clues were immediately cut off again. Although Jiang Wenzhou had already taken control of the people in the Supreme Hotel, Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian were very clear in their hearts, there would not be any substantial gains over there. Once again, it proved the terror of the enemy. After so many years of waiting, all they got in return was still the surface. I always feel that the incidents have been a little frequent recently. Wen Xingtian lowered his head and transmitted his voice. Yi Changqing was stunned by this sentence and slowly nodded. Blue blood gradually dripped out of Big Head Lei's mouth and flowed to the ground. Faint blue smoke slowly rose from the ground. The hard alloy floor was slowly corroded and collapsed bit by bit. So ruthless. Jiang Wenzhou held his breath. With a wave of his hand, he put the bodies of Big Head Lei and his son into the space ring. Then, with a flash of the knife, he cut off the floor that was corroded by the blood and put it into the space ring. Ha ha ha. Vice Principal Wu laughed heartily. After all this time, it turns out that old Xiang is not involved. It's good that he's fine. It seems that the murderer is someone else. Director Jiang, it seems that you really have to work hard. This Fenghai city is really not peaceful recently. Vice Principal Wei smiled faintly and said, although old Xiang has a straightforward temper, he always says what he means and means what he says. I also believe that old Xiang is not that kind of bad person. Now that the evidence is conclusive, doesn't everything come to light and the truth comes to light? As for old Gao's matter, there must be something fishy about it. Boss Yi, it seems that we really need to investigate it properly. Vice Principal Wei's face was solemn. Oh. Yi Changqing took a deep breath and said word by word, that's right. We really need to do a thorough investigation of the current hidden dragon High Marshal. Xiang Quangren narrowed his eyes and looked at Vice Principal Wu, Vice Principal Liu, and Vice Principal Wei. His eyes were like a vulture's. Why? Is it so easy to prove my innocence? The three of you, do you need to prove it again? I don't feel any sense of accomplishment now. Vice Principal Wei smiled and looked up at Xiang Quangren. Old Xiang, what else do you want us to prove? Prove what? Xiang Quangren was suddenly speechless. What did he want them to prove? Vice Principal Wu said earnestly, Old Xiang, you're our brother, but old Gao is also our brother. Something happened to him and he's in such a miserable state. It's normal for us to be a little impatient. If the person involved was you, we would be the same. Please don't be offended. After all, the truth has come to light. After all, we're brothers. We're still very happy that we didn't have a big fight. But my words just now were indeed a little rash. Please be magnanimous and don't blame me. After saying that, he bowed deeply to Xiang Quangren with a sincere expression. But now, I'm really happy that you can prove your innocence. When Xingtian spat and walked out with his head held high. He didn't even look at Vice Principal Wei and the others. Yi Changqing stood there. His body swayed slightly and his face became paler. However, he immediately stood firm and smiled bitterly. I've made a fool of myself in front of Director Jiang. Jiang Wenzhou also smiled bitterly. Principal Yi, you're too serious. We, Star Shield, are also very ashamed. This matter is also due to our lack of supervision. He shook his head and sighed. I'm ashamed. Then, he said, at this point, I'm afraid there will be follow-up. I'll take my leave first. Principal Yi, please take care of yourself. The Hidden Dragon High School can't do without a pillar like you. Thank you for your concern, Director Jiang. When Xingtian sent Jiang Wenzhou out. When they reached the school gate, Jiang Wenzhou let out a long sigh. Teacher Wen, to be honest, I'm very depressed now. I don't feel like I have the upper hand at all. Originally, we had the upper hand in this round. We should have even won a complete victory. Wen Xingtian smiled faintly. Director Jiang, you're exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating. I'm really depressed now. You know, over the past few years, as long as the higher-ups of Star Shield are free, I've been working hard to investigate the Hidden Dragon High School case. As the director of Star Shield, I really don't want the heroes to be wronged. But after so many years, there hasn't been any progress. Jiang Wenzhou said, but following the investigation, I've also discovered that I can't find out what I want to know if I don't give up and continue to work hard. The Dragon Blood Team, which belongs to the Central Plane Star Shield General Administration, is said to be tyrannical and unstoppable. But even if all of them are dispatched, I'm afraid they won't be as powerful as the people involved in the Hidden Dragon High School case. In other words, if I really find out something, the only thing waiting for my people is death. Over the years, for the sake of the Hidden Dragon High School case, the Star Shield investigators I've invested in have already inexplicably disappeared. 23. Jiang Wenzhou sighed sadly. Your level is already very, very high. It's beyond the level of the secular world. Star Shield. In our Star Shield General Administration, there are only 2 Royal God level cultivators. And even these 2 are still insignificant in the eyes of the Hidden Dragon. They can be destroyed with a flip of the hand. In the past few years, I've made reports to ask the higher-ups to send real experts down, but as long as we don't investigate your case, the current strength of our manpower is more than enough to deal with the situation. Sigh, I don't even know what to say. Jiang Wenzhou patted Wen Xingtian's shoulder somewhat dejectedly. In short, I'm very ashamed. I'm very ashamed. Jiang Wenzhou left these last words and left with his people. I've already controlled the relevant personnel of the Supreme Hotel in the Star Shield General Administration. If the Hidden Dragon needs them, you can go and get them at any time. This is already the limit of what I can do. Watching Jiang Wenzhou leave, Wen Xingtian's heart was heavy. This confrontation really couldn't be said to be a victory. The other party was completely unreasonable as he threw another punch. Everyone knew that this operation couldn't kill Xiang Quangren at all, but the other party still did it. Since that was the case, there must be a follow-up. Today's repeated twists and turns had blocked the other party's follow-up. But Wen Xingtian was sure that the other party's follow-up actions wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have acted so rashly. If Sui Xiaoduo hadn't seen that Xiang Quangren's luck was different in advance, this time, Xiang Quangren and the Hidden Dragon High School would have fallen into a rather passive situation. That's all for today. I forgot that today is the Hungry Ghost Festival, our second biggest festival after the Spring Festival. I'm dizzy from the days that if I don't explode, I won't ask for monthly votes. Just give me a few recommendation votes. Chapter 466. Wen Xingtian pondered silently as he stood at the school gate. Yi Chongqing walked out of the meeting room, clutching his chest as he walked. Vice Principal Wei followed behind him with a worried expression. Principal, are you all right? I'll be fine for now. Yi Chongqing smiled bitterly. He took out a piece of top-grade Astral Soul's jade from his ring, held it in his hand, and absorbed it. His complexion visibly improved. He smiled bitterly and said, "At least there's still some left. I'll be fine for now." Vice Principal Wei said with concern, "I've already sent people to look for top-grade Astral Soul's jade. There should be good news soon. Principal, you must hold on. How much do you have left?" "I'll hurry them up." Yi Chongqing said, "Although there's still a lot left, we have to use it sparingly. I have less than 300 left." Vice Principal Wei said, "Use as much as you want." They sent back a message saying that they have found something. "I'll go back and hurry them up." He then left with a heavy expression. It was only when he returned to his office that Vice Principal Wei revealed a smile as if he had succeeded in his scheme. "Less than 300. Hee. I don't believe you. If you can take out 30 pieces now, I'll kill myself right here and now. Who are you trying to fool? Boss, are we just going to let it go like this?" Xiang Quangren looked at Yi Chongqing, his face flushed red. "You still have other ideas?" Yi Chongqing looked at Xiang Quangren and frowned. "You have to be more careful in the future." Xiang Quangren said angrily, "Boss, don't you think what happened today is laughable? Even if there's no evidence prepared beforehand, do you really think you can pin me down with such a small matter? That's ridiculous." Yi Chongqing looked at Xiang Quangren coldly. "You only see what's right in front of you. How can you pin a vice principal of Hidden Dragon University with such a small matter without any evidence?" Yi Chongqing said heavily, "Then why didn't you think about it?" If both you and I could think of this, how could the mastermind behind the scenes not think of it? What is it? Xiang Kuangren was still confused. Although this is only a pretext, what they need is just a pretext. That's enough. Yi Changqing said indifferently, to be able to set up such a simple, crude, and unreasonable framing. There is only one reason. What reason? I don't believe it. You don't believe me. I can guarantee that if it weren't for those two twists, the other party would have already started their next move. The other party must have made preparations. They only need an excuse to take you down. As long as there's a reason, it's fine. It doesn't need to be sufficient, and it doesn't need real evidence. That's not the main point. Yi Changqing said indifferently, I think the higher-ups, or at least the martial arts department, have made preparations. At this time, all your actions are the key. As long as you make a mistake, or even if it's just a specious mistake. It's just a suspicion, just a groundless suspicion, and you can be put aside for the time being. How can you be a teacher when you're under suspicion? Once the first step is taken, the next step will be to frame you. You'll be put aside. As long as we give you an excuse that we believe in you, but we need to use you at our discretion, what can you do? After you're put aside, they only need to use the method they used to deal with Old Sher, to ruin your reputation through the internet. Naturally, there will be a lot of people who will hit you when you're down. Do you think you'll be a friend your whole life and have no enemies? I think that the mastermind doesn't even need to do it himself. There will be people who will report you to the department. When that time comes, you'll be put aside and have no influence. You can only be beaten by others. You won't have a future for the rest of your life. At least, you won't have a chance to rise again in Hidden Dragon. Yi Changqing said coldly, with your explosive temper, in order to prove your innocence, you'll most likely be like Old Sher and go to the front line to kill the enemy, to fight in the Sun Moon Pass, to fight against the foreign invaders. But, over there, a lone army will be enough to kill you. Yi Changqing looked at Xiang Kuangren indifferently. You think nothing is wrong when you went out to drink last night, and that it's normal, right? You didn't think that the brother you acknowledged would betray you, right? So you went out in a relaxed manner. Isn't that right? Let me ask you, if we hadn't discovered this in advance and taken precautions, and the other party continued to walk step by step like this, then in the end, where would you end up? This is a trap designed to deal with your temper and Old Sher's. It looks simple and crude. It's not presentable, is it? But it's this simple scheme that can make people with explosive tempers like you walk on the path that they want you to take, and even the end. Bury you in the Sun Moon Pass as a hero. Yi Changqing became angrier as he spoke. Suddenly, he kicked Xiang Kuangren's burly body 7 or 8 meters away and hit the wall with a loud bang. Dust rustled down. You only know how to be reckless. You only know how to be reckless. 20 years of solitary confinement, all of it is a dog's life. Yi Changqing was fuming with anger. He kicked Xiang Kuangren again and again. How many times have you thought about these twists and turns of the road ahead? You think they're just trying to slander you. To disgust you. Bastard. They want you to die. Yi Changqing lowered his voice and cursed. Xiang Kuangren was suddenly happy after being beaten. Boss, your injury healed. Touching his butt, he suddenly looked happy. You kicked me so hard just now. Why don't you do it again? Oh. I want to feel it again. Yi Changqing looked at Xiang Kuangren's joyful face and suddenly felt a lump in his throat. He suddenly thought of another face. A brother with a square face and a fiery temper. Suddenly, his heart ached and he felt sad. It was these good brothers who, like him, had made a blood oath to bring the Hidden Dragon martial arts to greater heights. They wanted to nurture the pillars of the continent and the pillars of the sea for the human race. His brothers followed him and entered the hidden dragon school wholeheartedly. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 years had passed. Countless students, under the guidance of their brothers, walked out of the hidden dragon and became pillars of the society. Every year, when a batch of students graduated, the brothers would gather together to drink and get drunk on this achievement. Every 2 years, they would go to the Frontline Martyrs Cemetery to see their students in eternal rest. They would cry their hearts out. Year after year had passed. Until now. Now, everyone was old. And the Hidden Dragon School had also climbed to an extremely high position. It gradually transformed into an excellent springboard for power. As long as they entered for a few years, they would be qualified to be a leader when they left. This was because every genius student that walked out was a shining achievement in the political career of the politicians. This was a political compromise, a balance of power. However, this path that was getting better and better made some people dissatisfied. They were not satisfied with the positions given by the Hidden Dragon School. They started to want more and took action. However, some of the key positions were always occupied and controlled by us old people. So they started to use tricks. They understood the temper of their brothers and stabbed them one by one. They targeted their character weaknesses and made them fall one by one. First, they used a bucket of water from the River of Forgetfulness to throw out Xiang Kuangren, who was the least safe. Because they knew that as long as Xiang Kuangren was there, the Hidden Dragon School could also be unreasonable. Once something happened, Xiang Kuangren could really go crazy and fight. Politicians usually cherished their lives the most. They did not want to take such risks. So they first got rid of Xiang Kuangren in the safest way. Then, they targeted Old Shi's explosive character and his unwillingness to be wronged. They created the prostitution incident. How could they not know that with Old Shi's temper, he would definitely not be able to tolerate this? But they could not vent their anger in Fenghai. The only place they could go was the border. Kill the enemy at the border. But this was exactly what they wanted. In the end, Old Shi fell into eternal rest at the Sun Moon Pass. He died with regret. Old Lu's serious and responsible character towards his students. Knowing that Old Lu was different from others, other people might choose to strategically retreat. But Old Lu would not. As long as a student was still in danger, he would not retreat. Because each and every one of these students was his flesh and blood. Such a targeted game directly beat Old Lu into a useless person. Then, they targeted Old Lu's temper, which was easy to go to extremes. One by one, they took action one by one, and succeeded again and again. Until today, they directly started to frame Xiang Kuangren. Moreover, they used the method of betraying his brothers to deal with him, to plot against him. Fortunately, Zhuo Duo had discovered it in advance, causing them to be on guard. If they succeeded, Xiang Kuangren's anger and disheartened brother betrayed him, he would leave the Sun Moon Pass in a rage and follow in the footsteps of Vice Principal Shi. It was almost certain that he would leave. After that, the situation would not change at all. Even if everyone knew that they were wronged, it would still be the same. Xiang Kuangren would never be able to rise again in the Hidden Dragon School. Old Xiang. Yi Changqing held Xiang Kuangren's broad shoulders sadly and said softly, "We must hold on. Our old brothers are almost gone. This is our real base." "No, the Sun Moon Pass isn't our base." Xiang Kuangren was silent for a moment and said, "Yes. People like Big Head Lei. We're never your brothers. You don't have to feel bad for him." Yi Changqing patted him on the shoulder. "You just need to remember one thing. If he was really your brother, why would he hurt you? If he was really your brother, you wouldn't have invited Jiang Wenzhou yesterday and brought the camera equipment with you. Also, in your words, you repeatedly set a trap for him. Although he was the one who hurt you, when you asked about the time. What were you thinking? Yi Chongqing said earnestly, so. This is our victory. It is not the betrayal of a friend or a brother. Big Head Lei is not qualified, and he is not worthy. Do you understand? Chapter 467. Xiang Quangren thought for a moment, and his somewhat dull and rough face suddenly brightened up. He said happily, "Thank you, boss. I was indeed very upset just now, but now you've reminded me that I didn't really treat him as a friend." Ha ha ha. Xiang Quangren straightened his body. His burly body stood in front of the window like an iron tower. He exhaled and said, "Big Head Lei has never been my brother. Trash like him, so what if he's dead?" When Xingtian was walking slowly into the building. When he suddenly heard this, he stopped, raised his eyebrows and smiled. He turned around and walked toward Class 1. He had been busy with this matter since 4:00 in the morning until now. It was almost time for lunch. Perhaps there's another good show waiting for me at lunch today. But when he arrived at Class 1's training ground, even with Wen Xingtian's composure, he could not help but be shocked by what he saw. The training ground was dripping with blood. It was a complete mess. Looking at the situation, it looked like many people had been crushed here. When Xingtian observed with rapt attention, only to see Sui Xiaoduo holding a long sword in his hand, sneaking behind Meng Zhangjun like a ghost who was on full alert, like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Whoosh! The sword mercilessly pierced through Meng Zhangjun's thigh. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, followed by an earth-shattering scream. Sui Xiaoduo laughed happily. "How is it? Does it feel good to be ambushed? Does it feel good?" Meng Zhangjun's face was distorted. He could only raise his neck and scream. His head was covered in sweat and his eyes were blank. How could he know if it felt good or not? It was so painful. At this moment, a person hiding in the bushes nearby seemed to be shocked by such a tragic scene. He trembled, but Sui Xiaoduo caught him. His body suddenly flashed and disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he had already stabbed Hao Han's right shoulder with his sword. He walked out with his burly body on his sword and said proudly, "Another one. Hao Han, were you planning to hide and ambush me? Let me tell you, this is the feeling of being ambushed. How does it feel?" Next. Sui Xiaoduo stabbed his sword into Xiang Bing's shoulder. Amidst the sharp screams, Sui Xiaoduo laughed strangely. "I said, that day wasn't as painful as this time, right? Is it cold or hot? Does it feel good?" "Sui Xiaoduo, we'll kill you." The rest of the people no longer hid, and all of them rushed out with red eyes. Sui Xiaoduo laughed. "You can't take it anymore. That's exactly what I want." The long sword suddenly spread out like a peacock spreading its tail. "If you can't stand it, then die." Puff puff puff. First, Pai Yibao's legs were pierced by the long sword. He screamed and fell to the ground. Then, Yuyan Er's right arm was almost chopped off by Sui Xiaoduo. Then, the rest of the students point one by one, they were all covered in blood under Sui Xiaoduo's sword. Ah! In the end, Li Changlong screamed miserably. Both of his legs had been pierced by Sui Xiaoduo. He couldn't help but curse loudly. The battle was over. Except for Sui Xiaoduo, the 35 people in the class were neatly arranged in rows. However, no one was allowed to bandage their wounds. They were neatly arranged, as if they were being publicly executed. After Sui Xiaoduo finished arranging everything, he still held his long sword and went to Xiang Chong. "Where are your wounds? Is it your buttocks?" Then, he stabbed the sword in. "Is it here?" Xiang Chong's screams changed the pitch of his voice. Then, the second Xiangbing. Here. Another stab. Then, he questioned them one by one and threatened, if anyone dares to dodge, you'll be punished by 3 more times. You're welcome to dodge. The screams of 35 people rose and fell one after another. The degree of misery was far greater than that of a large-scale torture scene. When Xingtian was dumbfounded by this scene, he did not know how to react for a long time. Assistant. Where's the assistant teacher? Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted, have you contacted the nutrition cabin? The assistant teacher was already sweating profusely. His face was pale. Yes, yes. Throw them in one by one to heal their wounds. Zhuo Xiaoduo sneered. He pulled the sword out of the last student's buttocks and kicked the bloody wound. He said, you guys are just a bunch of rotten potatoes and rotten eggs. You call this a sneak attack? You're basically stealing cats, right? I'll be honest with you. I've already shown you a lot of mercy. Look at how useless you are. It's really shameful. How dare you call yourselves geniuses? Don't say that you came from the same class as me in the future. I think you're shameful. Geniuses. Each of you is holding a sword and chattering. What are you doing? Performing an opera. Are you afraid that others won't know? Go to the nutrition cabin to heal your wounds. I'll still attack you in the afternoon. If you're strong enough, you can also attack me. You're welcome to try. Zhuo Xiaoduo urged impatiently. Class monitor Zhuo. We won't bother you in the afternoon. Xiang Chong covered his buttocks and begged for mercy. We'll attack each other ourselves. I won't show any mercy. The other students also begged for mercy. Let us go. Class monitor Zhuo. Class monitor, please have mercy. Zhuo Xiaoduo was furious. Fuck, how dare you beg for mercy? Do you beg for mercy to your enemies? Will they be merciful and let you go? Can you be any more shameless? It seems that this afternoon's lesson is definitely not enough. I've decided to attack you for 7 mornings, 7 afternoons, and 7 nights. I'm going all out. I'll take care of you all day and night. Look forward to it, geniuses. Half of them fainted immediately after hearing this. They did not know if they fainted from anger or fear. Finally, the teaching assistant led everyone away. When Xingtian had been watching the whole time while invisible, his mouth was wide open as if he was looking at a fairy. He was so stunned that he did not know where he was. I've only been away for 1 morning. How did this place become a slaughterhouse? After the assistant sent everyone into the nutrition cabin and ran back, when Xingtian stopped him. What's going on? What else could it be? The assistant looked like an old-fashioned person. Since you weren't here this morning, I followed your instructions and divided them into 2 groups to attack and counterattack. Well, today was the first weapon battle. In the end, even though everyone had weapons in their hands, they were too embarrassed to attack their own classmates. The fighting atmosphere was terrible. Then, squad leader Zhuo expressed his strong dissatisfaction, saying that this kind of training would not produce any results. Then, he suggested that he would ambush everyone, and their objections were ignored. The assistant's face was pale. Boss, what you're seeing is actually the 3rd round of monitors was sneak attack this morning. These kids have suffered a lot today. Everyone was cut and bruised by Zhuo Xiaoduo. Then, they were put into the nutrition cabin to recover. Then, they were cut into pieces and put into the nutrition cabin again 3 times in a row in 1 morning. Just now, he said that there would be more in the afternoon. Tomorrow, the day after, and the day after. For 7 days in a row, there were continuous sneak attacks in the morning, afternoon, and night. Even if you're interrogating those heartless prisoners on death row. This kind of punishment is enough. The assistant was not beaten, nor was he injured. But just looking at it made him feel like he could not take it anymore. His face was pale, his body was shaking, and his legs were trembling. It was as if he could fall to the ground at any time. Wen Xingtian's eyes flashed thoughtfully. Then, he said in a low voice, "Just pretend that I didn't come here." Before he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away, completely ignoring the assistant's worries. Obviously, Wen Xingtian wanted to see what the result of Zhuo Xiaoduo's extreme training would be. But it had to be said that this kind of training was not just a simple social beating. This was definitely an extreme interrogation, and it was inhumane. It was a real torture that had no bottom line. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo directly insert the sword into the cut wound and stir it, even Wen Xingtian felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell, that was this a little too much? About 20 minutes later, Zhuo Xiaoduo stood at the entrance of the recovery room, waving his shining long sword. He waited. Xiang Chong was the first to come out. When he saw Zhuo Xiaoduo, his face turned pale and he fell to the ground. "Class monitors, what? That's enough." The students who came out later, including Meng Zhongjun and the others, were all huddled together like a group of kittens that had seen a big tiger. Regardless of whether they were male or female, they were all huddled together, trembling. Their eyes were full of fear, and they shuddered. You. What are you? Yu Yan-er's voice was trembling. She said in a sobbing tone, "It's time to eat, let me tell you." Zhuo Xiaoduo leaped up and let out a howl. His sword danced in the air twice, creating a dazzling light. Then, more than 10 screams came from the opposite side. A few female students fell to the ground and crawled backward. Don't come over. With a clang, Zhuo Xiaoduo sheathed his sword and laughed. His eyes were filled with amiability as he said, "My dearest classmates, I'm here to invite you to eat together. Let's go grab a table. Who will be our opponent today?" This is a question, but also not a question. Of course, it's not a question who will be the one to fight. 34 people hid behind Li Chenglong and huddled together like quails. 68 fearful gazes. Li Chenglong mustered up his courage. "Zwa. Really eat? Of course. Why don't you look at the time? Hurry up, if you don't go, there won't be any food left." Zhuo Xiaoduo urged again. Everyone came out carefully and walked towards the cafeteria with Zhuo Xiaoduo. And everyone still subconsciously distanced themselves from him. Every single one of them looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo as though they were little white rabbits looking at the great demon king, filled with indescribable fear and trembling. Just now, when Zhuo Xiaoduo gathered everyone together and stabbed them one by one with his sword, it was too scary. Chapter 468. Even though everyone's bodies had recovered, they still felt a piercing pain in that area from time to time. Well, this was a problem with the human body. The pain was real and would not disappear just because the body had recovered. Zhuo Xiaoduo swaggered in front, leading the way. The further he went, the slower he became. Slowly, he merged into the crowd. With a smile on his face, he asked kindly, "Xiang Chong, little bug, does your butt still hurt? Speaking of which, the sword made your bones creak. The sound was nice, right? Bing Dan, your shoulder doesn't hurt anymore, right? I didn't even stab you anywhere else. Yu Yan, your shoulder doesn't hurt anymore, right? Pa Yibao, is your butt better? Are you okay? I'll rub it with my sword in the afternoon. Hao Han, how is it? Does it feel good? Does it feel good? Meng Zhongjun, does it feel good? Does it feel good? Didn't you always want to challenge me? Are you satisfied? Ha! Why does everyone have such an expression? Whoever was asked would shudder, and their faces would turn as pale as paper in a second, without a trace of blood. Class monitors wa. Pai Yibao trembled, much. Much better. Much better. Ha 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 ha, then we can continue in the afternoon. Pfft. Hey you, I accidentally stabbed you in the chest. Are you okay now? Are you okay? No. I'm fine. Cough cough. Are you okay? That's good, that's good. You scared me. I thought I sent you away with my sword. So stabbing the right chest won't kill you. Ha ha ha. I'll do the same for them in the afternoon. Oh right, is there anyone who was born with an abnormality? Their heart is on the right side. I'll prepare in advance. As soon as he said that, countless resentful gazes focused on the student who was being questioned. They were like small flying daggers in the cafeteria. The people who were watching the show from above immediately noticed this strange phenomenon. Class 1 was originally the most united class. However, at this moment, they were walking in a strange formation. The person in front was unprecedentedly arrogant and flashy. He was as awe-inspiring and domineering as a general. He walked over like a crab. Just by walking, he walked like a crab. The group of arrogant geniuses behind him were now cowering like a group of quails in the cold wind. They didn't even dare to take a step forward. What was going on? Looking at how well you guys are dressed, it doesn't seem like anything has happened. Why did they all look so scared? At this moment, someone ran up to the door. The first grade's class 1 is here. Who's leading the team? Swa Xiao Duo. All right. One of the youths stood up. Today, our second grade class 4 will take back the table that belongs to the second grade. Before he could say anything, he heard Swa Xiaoduo's voice from downstairs. It's the second grade's class 4's turn now, right? Is there anyone who wants to snatch a table? If there is, hurry up and come down. I won't go up. The arrogant voice paused for a moment before saying, if I go up, I'll have to come down. If I come down, I'll have to go up again. It's too troublesome. Hurry up and come down. After the fight, I'll go up and eat. Let's eat to our heart's content. How arrogant. Everyone in the second grade's class 4 had surging anger in their eyes. Class monitor, beat him to death. Okay. The class monitor of class 4 jumped down. Swa Xiao Duo, I'm coming. Following this sound, black skulls popped out from the window above. Originally, there were people who wanted to snatch a table downstairs, but not many people looked at them. They felt that it was meaningless. However, when Swa Xiao Duo arrived, those who were eating also stuck their heads out with food in their mouths. In an instant, there was a dense crowd of heads. They saw Swa Xiao Duo walking over like he didn't recognize anyone. His head was tilted to the side and his face was full of arrogance. His face was full of arrogance, and he walked over like a crab. Everyone felt like they were hallucinating. Is there a villain in our school? What's more, this villain was showing off in front of all the decent students. He was insufferably arrogant. According to the plot of a typical novel, this was not far from the time when the main character appeared. However, who would be the main character? Would the class monitor of class 4, the chief of class 4, be able to do it? 20 to 30 geniuses from the Wu and Gao families stood in different directions, cheering for Swa Xiao Duo. Then, under everyone's gaze, the two of them rushed up like a whirlwind and tangled together. However, after 3 consecutive bangs, the class monitor of class 4 staggered back. Swa Xiao Duo laughed arrogantly and jumped up. His dragon's leg appeared and disappeared like a ghost. He kicked the class monitor right in the crotch. The class monitor of class 4 groaned and clutched his crotch. His entire body was sent flying up the stairs from the ground. Below, Xiaoduo struck a suave pose with his leg facing the sky. Then, he slowly retracted his leg and laughed strangely. He waved his hand and said, "It's done. Let's eat." Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded and flabbergasted. This class monitor of Xiaoduo. Why was he getting stronger and stronger? They remembered that when he fought with the class monitor of class 7, he fought for quite a while. But now Xiaoduo walked up the stairs and laughed. Next time, it should be class 3, right? Ha ha ha. Countless senior students were speechless. If you want to steal a table, then just steal a table. Why did you have to make it seem like a villain? It was really intoxicating. According to the plot of a novel, this kind of villain should be KO'd by the main character. Main character, come out. However, after waiting for a long time, the main character did not appear. All the students of class 4 stood and ate with sullen faces. However, when they saw the students of class 1, they felt a little better. These students of Xiaoduo's class all looked abnormal. They were all very careful, especially the two who sat next to Xiaoduo. Only half of their buttocks were on the chairs. When they ate, their hands were trembling. What was going on? This is your classmate, your class monitor, and your inevitable leader when you enter society. Why do you all give off the feeling of being together with the great Demon King? I really don't understand. Under everyone's gaze, Xiaoduo finished his meal and strode out of the cafeteria. After Xiaoduo left, the students of class 1 by 1 also filed out of the cafeteria. Other than the two who stayed behind on duty, everyone else quickly left. The two who stayed behind looked as if they had just been pardoned, as if they had just escaped a huge disaster. What's wrong? We're all classmates. Why are you so scared? I don't think it's fear, it's fear. Ahem. It's a long story. Don't ask, I have to wash the dishes. I also have to go back and cultivate. If I get back late. The other one shivered. Damn, don't say any more. I'm so cold now. Wash the dishes. In the afternoon. All the students were looking forward to the arrival of their homeroom teacher, Wenxingtian. If Wenxingtian came, they would be able to escape from Xiaoduo's evil clutches. They might even be able to enjoy a good show of teacher when beating up the left Demon King. However, after waiting and waiting, all they got was disappointment. Wenxingtian did not come. Waha! Come, all of you. Let's play a sneak attack game of 1 versus 35. Of course, if you choose to fight head-on, I'll welcome you. Come on, students. Xiaoduo shouted excitedly. The 35 people's faces were pale. As they walked out, each of them looked as if they were about to be executed. It was only a day's time. Xiaoduo had another nickname. Originally, it was Sword King, Class Monitor Zhua, and Zhua. But now, there was another one, Demon King Zhua. Indeed. In the eyes of the ordinary students, Xiaoduo was a real Demon King. Even if it was a real life and death battle, it was just a quick swing of the sword. But this Demon King Zhua would cut your flesh bit by bit with a sword after cutting it open. Then, he would explain to you bit by bit, what would it feel like to stab here and stir it like this? What would it feel like to stir it in the opposite direction? Then, with a serious face, he would use your own flesh to discuss with you how to fight, how to exert strength, how to make the enemy lose his fighting ability. This feeling was simply indescribable. A terrifying nightmare. However, the strange thing was, after being done like this 6 times in a day, although it was still the same pain, she would still be afraid when she saw Suo. She would tremble uncontrollably as if it was a conditioned reflex. But everyone was much calmer. So much so that at night, they could discuss with each other, what would it feel like to stab a sword into your flesh? What would it feel like? When it stabs into your flesh, it doesn't hurt much. What would it feel like? What would it feel like to twist and push outward? Did it stab into your bone seam? No. Damn, why are you so lucky? You're so lucky. When the sword stabbed into my bone seam, Demon King Suo was prying it open while discussing with me how to cut the bone and tendon. Don't mention it. When my calf bone was scraped until it was crunching, he carefully introduced to me what kind of nerve was being scraped here. What the fuck? TSK, you're just my calf. Why are you shouting? Demon King Suo cut open my chest with a sword and then peeled off my flesh. He pointed at my heart and asked me why my heart was fine. He forced me to lower my head and see how my heart was beating. He even asked me if I wanted to cut half of it to taste. Damn it, I only scolded him once. This bastard tore off one of my ribs and then discussed with me how to put it back. The students of Class 1 were discussing and talking about their cruel experiences. Each and every one of them had a look of exultation on their faces. As they spoke, they were trembling, their teeth were chattering, and their faces were pale. However, they were actually showing off their accents. As if it was something to brag about being tortured like this. Chapter 469. Many of the first graders from the other classes, after listening to the Class 1 students' discussion, turned pale and their souls were scared out of their bodies. Are these people speaking human language? It was probably because of this feeling of being able to do what others couldn't do that a sense of pride welled up in the hearts of the Class 1 students. No one really understood where this pride came from. What a freak. Of course, compared to the boys, the girls' tolerance was worse. It was all thanks to Jin Piao and Yu Yan, who brought the 2x tigers to play with them during the training. They were charmingly naive and silly. Perhaps everyone would have collapsed long ago. However, as they wandered in the process of collapsing and rebuilding, they gradually stopped being afraid that this might be another form of habituation. That night, when they were ambushed by Suo, everyone displayed an unprecedented valiant attitude and fought back without fear of death. What's wrong with fighting back? Isn't it just a beating? Isn't it just a few cuts on the body? Isn't it just? We're all made of flesh and blood. Who's afraid of who? Then, Suo experienced the most tragic battle of his life. Suo was completely unprepared for the transformation of the others. He couldn't really kill them and kill them. As a result, he fell into a state of panic for the first time when he faced this group of people who were charging forward bravely and risking their lives. Pai Yibao, who had a sword in his body, didn't retreat. Instead, he went forward and bit Suo's arm with his teeth. His whole body hung on Suo's body to control him. The others swarmed forward and attacked him fiercely. In the end, Suo, who was far more powerful, successfully defeated all 35 people. Suo was not only exhausted, but also covered in blood. Some of the blood belonged to the 35 people, and some of it belonged to himself. It was true that Suo didn't kill them, but the group of people on the other side had their ferocious nature stimulated. They only had the thought of killing Suo, the great demon king. Naturally, they didn't have the time to care about killing or not killing. He was really charging forward without a care in the world. Whatever saber, Overlord's halberd, divine saber, divine sword. They were all aimed at his head, neck, heart, dantian, and crotch. They were all aimed at his head, neck, heart, dantian, and crotch. After this round of bloody battles, all 36 of them entered the nourishment cabin together in the middle of the night. After coming out, there was actually someone who was eager to give it a try. Class Rep Swa, do you still want to play? Should I continue? I can accompany you. No, no, no. Swa Xiao Duo shook his head like a rattledrum, his face full of lingering fear. Ha ha ha. Yeah. All of them clapped their hands in celebration, as if they had won a great victory. With our combined efforts, we've finally defeated the great demon king. Xiang Bing was pushed out to announce their victory. Swa Xiao Duo, on the other hand, was speechless. He dragged Li Chenglong back with a gloomy face. Hey! The next day, Wen Xingtian, who hadn't been seen for a few days, started to organize the battle again. He found that the people in front of him were no longer the rookies from before. Instead, they were a group of professional soldiers on the battlefield, vaguely emitting a bloodthirsty aura. It might be a little exaggerated to say that. However, Wen Xingtian really had such a feeling. He wasn't lying. Everyone's fierceness in their attacks and the tightness of their defense had improved a lot compared to before. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that everyone was overflowing with a murderous aura. In just a few days, they had improved so much that it was as if they had been reborn. Looking at the battle in detail, Wen Xingtian was shocked by the ruthlessness of their attacks. There were a few times when he wanted to stop them, but he held himself back. Compared to the ruthlessness of their attacks, Wen Xingtian was more surprised by their defense. They were simply protecting him from head to toe. During lunch, a fellow villager from the garrison store came over to greet Hao Han. As soon as he approached Hao Han's back, he was thrown to the ground by Hao Han. Then, a sharp knife was stabbed into his lower abdomen. In an instant, blood spurted out that the homeroom teacher of class 3 immediately cursed. What the fuck, we're eating now. Wen Xingtian, are you training killers? This is a fucking lesson for the next semester. What the fuck are you doing? Wen Xingtian was also speechless. How can I not know that this is a lesson for the next semester? But the problem now is that I'm not the one who's training them. Class 1 sneak attacks had now become a real sneak attack, an extreme sneak attack by any means necessary. In the middle of the night, with a loud bang, the window was blown away. With an explosion, 6 people jumped out at the same time wrapped in quilts. Shrapnel flew everywhere. In the middle of the night, the Dean of Academic Affairs jumped and cursed, Wen Xingtian. How can the students in your class play with bombs? Fucking pay for it yourself. Are you teaching killers, pirates, or students? Damn, half of a building has collapsed. Is this still a place to sleep? Aren't you afraid that your students will be blown to pieces? Damn, if this goes on, something will definitely happen. He checked. Nothing happened. Not a single one of them got into trouble. But isn't this too much? The next day, Wen Xingtian threw a tantrum in front of the whole class, but he didn't explicitly forbid this kind of torturous training method. He only let Xiang Chong and the others pay a fine and also announced that whoever caused the trouble would be responsible for cleaning up the mess. Bombs were prohibited in the school. The training continued as usual. After all, Wen Xingtian couldn't ask for more in such a cultivation environment. Why would he forbid it? He had a clear feeling. Perhaps this time, he could really teach a batch of real war machines. Students who grew up in such an environment, not to mention other things, just smiling at the 4 words of life and death was really fun for them. And as a teacher, he couldn't do such a thing. Even if a teacher did so, the impact on them would definitely not be as strong as Swa Xiao was. Let Swa Xiao Duo train these guys fiercely. Wen Xingtian was very satisfied. He never thought that it was too cruel or too perverted. Because Most of the students would face such a combat environment in the future. A real life and death environment that was even crueler than now. He was confident that if this went on, in the future, in the same danger, half of the students from other classes might die, but this group of students from class 1 wouldn't even get hurt. It was such a huge and obvious difference. But the students from other classes, how can they improve like this? When Xingtian was now thinking about this problem. If all of them are trained by Suoxiao Duo, will it be too cruel and cause a social outcry? Or will it delay Suoxiao Duo's own cultivation progress? In the afternoon of the second day, Suoxiao Duo had just finished school. When he returned to the entrance of his villa, he saw a car parked there. Next to the car, there was a young man standing there with a smile on his face. That young man was Gao Qingxiang, the descendant of the Gao family. Brothers Hua. Gao Qingxiang had to come alone this time. There was no one else accompanying him. When he saw Suoxiao Duo, his smile became even brighter. During this period of time, almost all the students from the Gao family and the Wu family who were studying at the Hidden Dragon High School were familiar with Suoxiao Duo's face. In school, as long as Suoxiao Duo came in and out, especially during lunch, the probability of encountering these two families was almost 100%. Suoxiao Duo didn't have any intention to resist. He always responded with hums and laughs. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and greeted them at a distance that was neither too far nor too close. As for these children of the aristocratic families, they didn't feel offended by Suoxiao Duo's reaction. Or rather, it should be said that when it came to dealing with Suoxiao Duo, they really showed the self-restraint and demeanor of the children of the aristocratic families. Brother Gao, why are you here? Suoxiao Duo was a little surprised. Gao Qingxiang laughed. I just happened to be out with Qiao today. When I passed by here, I remembered that you live next to the principal, so I came to take a look. Don't tell me you don't welcome me. Suoxiao Duo was stunned. Qiao The car door opened. Gao Qiao walked out of the car with a sweet smile. Hello, class monitors Hua. Hello, vice class monitor Li. Gao Qiao was dressed in white. She was like a fairy. Her hair was fluttering in the wind. Coupled with her delicate face, she was a peerless beauty that could topple a city. One had to admit that Gao Qiao was indeed one of the 4 beauties in Fenghai. Li Chenglong scratched his head and said, "Why don't you come in and sit?" Suoxiao Duo immediately glared at him. Gao Qiao and Gao Qingxiang both laughed. That's what I was thinking. It would be best if I could taste the tea leaves of the 2 class monitors. As they spoke, they took out a big bag of gifts from the trunk. Suoxiao Duo and Li Chenglong couldn't help but be puzzled by their actions. They were stunned on the spot. Are they already prepared to be guests? Suoxiao Duo reacted quickly. He took advantage of the situation and said, "No wonder Zongjing said that he would treat us tonight." It turns out that he had guessed that there would be distinguished guests coming. But we didn't prepare anything at home. How can we treat the guests? Why don't we go to the first grade of the firmament? Li Chenglong opened his eyes wide. When did I say that I was going to treat them? Besides, do I really want to go to the first grade of the firmament? Isn't that the rhythm of my increasing debt? We won't eat. Gao Qiao smiled sweetly and said, "We just want to have a cup of tea. We have a few words to say to the 2 of you. We'll leave later." She lowered her eyebrows and smiled. She said, "I really have something to do later. Also, as a girl, I have to go home on time. The rules at home are very strict." That's a good habit. Suoxiao Duo praised loudly and said, please sit in the house." As he spoke, he invited the 2 siblings into the villa. On the first floor, they sat down in Li Changlong's living room. Li Changlong was very tactful and went to make tea. He was very clear that the two of them didn't come to look for him. However, he also knew that it would be very difficult for the two of them to achieve their goal. Under normal circumstances, it would be easier to have a girl accompany them, especially a beautiful girl like Gao Qiao. However, this method would only cause the opposite effect in Zhou Xiaoduo. This boss of his was not afraid of anything. The only thing he was afraid of was girls pestering him. Well, it should be that he wanted to avoid getting involved with girls. That attitude, it was as if once he got involved with girls, he would be killed. Li Changlong often felt that his title of the Iron and Steel Order's leader was more or less unworthy of the title. Perhaps Zhou Xiaoduo was more suitable for this title. Junior Zhou, we actually came here today because we have something to ask of you. Gao Qiao smiled sweetly and said. Please say it. Zhou Xiaoduo said generously, as long as it's within my ability, I'll definitely do it. Gao Qiao smiled softly and said, we only heard recently that Class Monitor Zhou is a legendary person in Phoenix City. The well-known Master Zhou. We're really disrespectful. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes focused. For the first time, he sized up Gao Qingxiang and Gao Qiao seriously. His expression also became serious, and cautious for the first time. The Gao family is indeed well informed. Gao Qiao's eyelids drooped slightly. She paused and said, it's said that Master Zhou knows the past and the future 500 years. With one look, he can predict a person's life and death. I also heard that Master Zhou once said that he's the best in appearance, second in wealth, and last in cultivation. It's hard for ordinary people to imagine such confidence. So, Qiao presumptuously asked for Master Zhuo's guidance. Zhou Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes and said softly, oh. Looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Subscribe. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.